Through their performance today, they hope you will be inspired to passionately and tenaciously pursue your goals and dreams, whatever they might be. All three Northern Stars are Royal Canadian Air Force veterans and have amassed over 19,000 hours of combined flight time. Two have flown tours with the Canadian Forces Snowbirds. Their performance One has overcome great personal adversity to be where he is today, and all are veteran airshow performers, whatever they might be. Our lead pilot today is Greg Hume-Powell. On his right wing is Todd Farrell, and on his left wing is Mario Hamel. The team was founded by Brent Handy, who had flown a solo Pitts aerobatic routine at airshows across Canada since 2014. And 2018, Brent invited his good friend Todd to form a two-plane aerobatic team, and together flew airshows through the 2019 and 2021 seasons. The Northern Stars expanded again in 2021 when Greg joined the team to form the only three-plane aerobatic team using the Pitt Special in Canada today. And last season, Mario joined the team to replace Brent, who has taken a 2-year leave of absence from the Northern Stars to lead the iconic Canadian Forces Snowbirds. Coming in from the left, the smoke is on, indicating to us their performance has begun. Put your hands together for the Northern Stars Aero Team. Now let's watch as Todd Farrell pulls away from the rest of the formation and arcs up into the sky. He'll go through 5/8 of a loop before rolling upright in the half Cuban 8 turnaround, using all of that altitude to convert into airspeed. Let's watch as he performs some solo aerobatics in the incredible Pitts S2B Special. Laying the smoke right on the water, he goes straight up into the sky, 4 to 5 positive G's as he goes through a full 360-degree roll. Right there, he kicks in hard left rudder, and over he goes in the hammerhead turnaround. You are watching Todd Farrell, right wingman of the Northern Stars Aero Team. Not staying straight and level very long. He goes up on that 70-degree bearing line, rolls one way now, throws the airplane apparently out of control in what's called the Lumpsiavak. All through that maneuver, he is absolutely in control because he knows exactly when to input controls to stop that tumble. Lumpsiavak, of course, the Czechoslovakian word for headache or hangover. Probably bumps his head against the canopy a couple of times through the Lumpsiavak. Look at those snap rolls on that down line as he reverses direction and gets the airplane back in front of us. Let's watch as he goes up into the sky again. Boy, we've got beautiful weather for an air show. Here he's performing for us, the spiraling tower. Todd joined the Northern Stars in 2018, has 35 years of flying experience in over 40 different types of aircraft. Started flying in the Air Cadets, and while there he earned his glider and private pilot's license, then served in the Royal Canadian Air Force, logging over 40 combat missions in Afghanistan and Iraq. Todd would like to acknowledge that he wouldn't be here today without his incredible wife Diane and their 2 children, Enda and Taylor. Now let's go back to show center as Todd rolls the airplane through a series of 360-degree rolls along the show line. Now we want to look high above us as Greg and Mario enter the stage. Greg is slowing the airplane right down, and he's putting the airplane in what's called a flat inverted spin. He is spiraling down towards the ground. You need to be an expert pilot to perform this maneuver. It gets a lot of people in trouble if you're not careful. And that's Mario circling around him at a positive 6 gut squishing G's as Greg continues to spiral down towards the ground. Right there, he regains a dive down towards the ground, stops, that spin just where he needs it to stop. Now I got to introduce you to the team's lead, Greg Hume Powell. Greg began his airshow career in 2017, flying with the Snowbirds on the outer right wing, and then later as lead solo. Greg continues to serve as a reserve officer in the Royal Canadian Air Force and would like to thank his wife Emily and 3 young children for their incredible support. On Greg's left wing is the team's newest but most experienced team member, Mario Himmel. Mario started flying air shows in 1994, also flying with the Snowbirds. After retiring from the Royal Canadian Air Force, Mario co-founded the Northern Lights aerobatic team and more recently flew with Yak Attack air shows. In addition to flying with the Northern Stars today, Mario also flies a Pitts Model 12 and the Salto aerobatic glider with Time Flies air shows. Mario has flown well over 500 air show performances. As a matter of fact, he updated that number for me the other day. It's well over 600 air shows now that he has performed. Married since 1989 to the wonderful Micheline. He has 2 grown children, 1 grandchild, and makes Montreal his home.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a brief hold right now. We have a medevac that is going out. We prioritize them always, so they are just holding right now in the little interruption, a little break, so that we can get to work and have our emergency personnel attend to some matters. So we're working with our air bosses up here. If you're wondering what they're doing out there, it's a great time to catch their breath as we help our medevac get departed.
That's right. It's very, very important for us to acknowledge that as important as an air show is, it's not nearly as important as what the folks with Orange do for us on our behalf. And we always have to make room in our schedule and in our flying to make sure that we get these medevacs in and out of the Billy Bishop Airport.
As we get ready to have the medevac leave, I want to tell you a little bit about Orange. It's best known for its responses to traffic collisions and other scenes of traumatic injury throughout the Greater Toronto Area and surrounding regions. What you may not know is that Orange covers the entire province of Ontario with 11 bases stretching from border to border. By far, most of Orange's transports involve moving a patient from one hospital to another, bringing patients from small facilities to larger ones so they can receive specialized care. Aside from its 12 helicopters, Orange has 8 Pilatus PC-12 next-generation airplanes, which are based across northern Ontario, along with a fleet of critical care land ambulances in the south. In total, Orange performs more than 20,000 patient-related transports each year, and we cannot thank them enough for what they do.
That's right. We just need to clear that helicopter out of the airspace. We have a 5 nautical mile ring around this center point here on the waterfront, and we need to make sure that the Orange helicopter is safely outside of that 5 mile ring, and then we will be back with more airshow action and the Northern Stars Aero team.
Now, one of the cool things about this is our pilots go back and forth from the Billy Bishop, and I see one of our pilots, Sean Klish. Give him a wave, Sean. If he has a minute, he's actually gonna, oh, he does have a minute. See, you see a pilot's name, you say it, and they come running to the microphone. But I do want to take this time, since we have a brief break.
A brief break indeed.
Sean, you are going to be flying the Cornell later today, but you have a really important mission, and I want you to tell us a little bit about the museum.
We are part of the Edenvale Classic Aircraft Foundation, and we are telling the story of a World War II trainer today. And it doesn't have a wing walker, it doesn't have an afterburner, but it is an important part of Canadian history. It's an important part of aviation history. And we really, really, really can't thank Lori, the executive director, the CIS team. Everybody has been absolutely 10 out of 10 wonderful this weekend, and we're so grateful that they're supporting us, and we need support to keep these aircraft. Aircraft belong in the air to keep this history alive. We are the Edenvale Classic Aircraft Foundation, classicaircraft.ca, and we're on social media, so thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you very much, Sean. We're back to the action with the Northern Stars Aero Team. Performing for us now, the Vic Loop and Quarter Loop. Folks, the Northern Stars are the latest in a long lineage of aerobatic teams from Canada, following in the footsteps of such legendary teams as the Carling Redcaps aerobatic team, the Ray-Ban Golds, as well as the Northern Lights. Get your cameras ready. From the right, the Vic bottom side pass. The Northern Stars are now setting up for one of the most difficult maneuvers of the show. Greg will roll his pits inverted and lead the team through a half-barrel roll. At the end of this roll, Greg will be upside up and his wingmen will be upside down. They call this maneuver the double take. Now, folks, the role of the lead pilot is to fly each maneuver as smoothly and predictably as possible, while the wingmen stay in formation using reference points on the lead's aircraft. Folks, what you're seeing is pure stick and rudder flying. No computers, no autopilot are being used. It takes a lot of experience and hours of practice to get things right. I hope you still have your cameras handy, because here comes another Northern Stars signature maneuver. Watch as Greg rolls his airplane upside down, and his friends Mario and Todd roll around the smoke trail being produced by the aircraft. Here is the corkscrew. And now, folks, we're going to watch Mario Hamel perform a few solo aerobatics. That's him pulling up into a half Cuban 8 reversal turn, diving down towards the water, rolling once, then twice back to upright. He's got lots of airspeed to perform what's called the avalanche loop. It's a traditional barnstormers loop with a little extra fun thrown in at the top.
Everybody praying for the end of times. Everybody hoping they could be the one. I was born to run. I was born for this. Whip, whip, run me like a racehorse. Pull me like a ripcord. Break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, slip. Word up on your lip, lip. Rather that you rip, rip. Break me down and build me up. Whatever it takes. 'Cause I love you.
Let's watch as high above us and slightly from behind, Greg and Todd come in the line of stern formation. Watch as they carve out a beautiful figure in the sky dedicated to all the Northern Stars fans. Watch now as both Todd and Greg turn their airplanes around and head straight for each other, closing in at over 400 miles per hour. Watch for the opposing Lupshevox. And not to be outdone, of course, Mario Hamel screaming up into the sky. controlling the airplane as he goes. I think he's going to turn it into a helicopter. As right about here, the torque of the engine starts to spin the airplane, shifting it in reverse. That is, folks, the torque roll. The Northern Stars fly the famous Pitts Special, originally designed by Curtis Pitts to win aerobatic contests. The Pitts is a two-seat biplane powered by a 260 horsepower Lycoming engine. It weighs about 1,100 pounds and has a top speed of just over 200 miles per hour. The airplane also has symmetrical airfoils, so it flies just as well upside down as it does upside up. Now follow with me, if you will, as the Northern Stars come back into show center. Watch for the downward bomb burst. All right, eyes left or right or both if you're gifted enough. As Greg and Mario position at opposite ends of the aerobatic box, they're going to use these half cubanate turnarounds to head straight for each other once again with a closing airspeed of 400 miles per hour. Let's watch for the cross at show center. And the smoke comes on Todd's airplane as he goes up into the sky. You saw the regular hammerhead. This one is the double hammerhead. There's the first part, and then he pivots all the way around again in the double hammerhead. As the Northern Stars set up for their next maneuver, they would like to thank their sponsors, including Aero-Recep, McKizzle Aero, Canadian Propeller, and Mid-Canada Mod Center, Canada's premier independent avionics integrator and support center. Now, eyes right, as we see yet another signature maneuver by the Northern Stars Aero team. It's called the Triple Hammerhead. One of the hardest parts of a formation act is the rejoin. Watch as Greg flies a very gentle turn as Todd and Mario set out the oars to catch up. Slowly but surely, Todd and Mario will slip back into formation, and all within the confines of the aerobatic box.
Streets are empty, that's where we run. Everyday people do everyday things, but I can't be one of them. I know you hear me now, we are a different kind. We can do anything. We could be heroes. We could be heroes. Me and you.
All right, folks, you can see that the Northern Stars are heading back to the Billy Bishop Airport due to a mechanical issue on board one of the aircraft. So in the interest of safety, they've decided to end their performance right there. So let's give it up for the Northern Stars Aero team. A big round of applause for doing an outstanding job here this weekend at the 2025 edition of the Canadian International Air Show.
Now we want to say a special thank you again to all of our sponsors, one of them being the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. Turn to the screen and take a listen. A very special thank you to all of our sponsors, especially Billy Bishop. Another sponsor I'd like to thank right now is the Urban Pilots and Professionals Network. It's a not-for-profit organization committed to increasing diversity in the aviation industry. To fulfill our mission to bridge the gap between the urban community and the aviation community, UPN offers programs such as summer camps, workshops, and seminars to raise awareness within Black and racialized communities about the many career opportunities in aviation. Our motto is inspiring to aspire higher, and we are dedicated to inspiring these youth in everything we do. UPN also serves as a hub where aspiring aviators and aviation professionals can find guidance, mentorship, educational, and skill-building programs, as well as scholarships to support their success. Since our incorporation in 2004, UPN has continued to provide programs for youth and members to help diversify the faces seen in flight decks, air traffic control towers, and maintenance hangars across Canada. Support from Air Canada, Jazz Aviation, and NAV Canada have helped us expand our programs and scholarships, and through ongoing partnerships and relationships, UPN aims to extend our reach so that Black and racialized youth across the GTA and Canada understand that the sky is not the limit when it comes to the future in aviation.
Well, speaking of the immediate future of aviation right here at the CIAS 2025, coming up in just a few moments, we're going to give the stage over to the Royal Canadian Air Force CP-140 Aurora. And then we are going to present to you an act that you don't get to see at air shows very much. We're talking about wing walking. Wing walker Sam is actually going to unstrap herself from the cockpit of a egg cat and climb to a strut that's being put on a top wing, and she will strap herself in, and then husband Mike Trigvason is going to throw that airplane through an array of aerobatics. It's so nice to see wing walker Sam keeping up an art form alive here in the 21st century, and we'll tell you a little bit about that history when they're ready to go with their performance. In the meantime, though, we've got the CP-140 Aurora inbound. You can see the great big gray airplane off to our right. The entire onboard crew would like to dedicate today's flypass to the maintainers, technicians, the Canadian International Air Show staff for their vital support needed to get these aircraft into the air. Special thanks to our flight engineer, Master Corporal Mark Pichet, and our two maintainers, Sergeant Kent Billingham and Master Corporal David Ellingwood, for their hard work and dedication over this past weekend. I'd also like to give a special shout out to Master Corporal Marco Pichet's wife, Melissa, and their children, Callum and Julie, who are out in the, that's Julia, who are out in watching the live stream this past weekend from their home in Greenwood, Nova Scotia. Master Corporal Pichet says that their support means the world. And now, folks, you can see that CP-140 Aurora, just in front of all those residential towers over there, is circling in for what we call the Dirty Pass.
You talked about the Dirty Pass before with the CF-18. Remind us again.
The Dirty Pass has nothing to do with the cleanliness of the aircraft. It has everything to do with the drag that is there. And you can see on the big screen, and if you look off to the right, you can see that he's got everything that you can hang off the aircraft, hanging off the aircraft. The gear is down, the flaps are down. The aircraft is very, very slow here, just above the stall speed, so to speak. The slow speed pass by your Royal Canadian Air Force CP-140 Aurora. CP-140 is a long-range patrol aircraft. Its long endurance and 7,400 kilometer range make it ideal for a variety of missions. The Royal Canadian Air Force got its fleet of 18 Auroras in the early 1980s, primarily for maritime patrol as well as anti-submarine warfare. As a command and control, communications, computers, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance platform, the Aurora can perform a wide variety of operations at home and abroad. And if you look out across the water, you see that our crew has so-called cleaned the airplane up, removing as much drag as possible, and is setting up for a mad pass. And if you look very, very closely at the underside of the aircraft, you will see that the torpedo bay doors will be open. The Aurora has conducted all sorts of missions, including the surveillance of Canada's coastal waters, anti-surface warfare, maritime and overland intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance. The list goes on. Strike coordination, search and rescue missions, as well as disaster relief missions. It also works in partnership with other government agencies in combating illegal immigration, illegal fishing, pollution, as well as drug trafficking. Now, you probably noticed a big bubble on the top of the fuselage of that Aurora. That's one of the latest modifications to the Aurora. It helps allow the 140 to detect and destroy the latest generation of stealth submarines. It also has air-droppable survival pods. And its power comes courtesy of 4 Allison turboprop engines that propel the Aurora to a top speed of 750 kilometers an hour.
Now, Ken, something that I find fascinating too with the Aurora is the team's not just displaying the aircraft for us, they're gonna go and do work.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, all weekend long, they've spared about 10 minutes or so for their demo here at the CIAS 2025, and then they've gone on and flown like a 5-hour mission on top of that. All right, really hauling the mail on this next pass, the high-speed pass by the CP-140 Aurora. Our pilots today, Captain Bruce Jarvis and Captain Jonathan Emmett. Also part of our 140 Aurora crew this weekend, Captain Felix Herchebis, Captain Ilion Eljazi from Albania, and as I mentioned earlier, Master Corporal Mark Pichet, Master Corporal Lowe, and Warrant Officer Tony Spiticini, now call sign Spit Machine.
I wonder how we got that, Ken.
Because I horribly mispronounced his name on Saturday's show. We also want to give a shout out to the students who are working with this fine crew. Captain Alexander from Fredericton, New Brunswick, and Captain Stride from Grand Prairie, Alberta. Give it up, folks, for your Royal Canadian Air Force CP-140 Aurora.
And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank again one of our sponsors, the Royal Canadian Navy. We thank them for their support they provide to the Canadian International Air Show. The Royal Canadian Navy is always ready to respond and lead missions when called to assist by the Government of Canada. Among the Navy's domestic and international missions are humanitarian assistance and disaster relief efforts, search and rescue, Arctic sovereignty, and combat operations in the defense of Canada, its national interests and partners and allies. The RCN maintains its relationship and readiness with the City of Toronto through His Majesty's Canadian Ship York, a Naval Reserve division located in the heart of Toronto. HMCS York's 350-plus sailors support the Navy's efforts of connecting with Canadians through a diverse presence in the Greater Toronto Area and at community events such as the Canadian International Air Show.
You know, Brittany, I'm going to give you a gold star for picking that spot for when you did perfect association with the work that the CP-140 Aurora does with the Royal Canadian Air Force, always working in partnership with the Royal Canadian Navy. Give the Royal Canadian Navy a little bit of a wave there as they take out their boats. They're also acting as a bit of a water taxi for us here this weekend, picking up performers from Billy Bishop Airport and bringing them back here to the exclusive air show zone so that you can meet them. They're going to be, when they can and as they can, heading into the autograph tent that is also located in the exclusive air show zone. Now, tracking in, slowly but very, very surely, is a Grumman AgCat. Folks, this airplane is a great big biplane which was designed for one thing: crop dusting and aerial spray application. Grumman, I don't believe, had any intents for this airplane to be flying in air shows, but here we are, folks, defying design intentions. With Mike Trigvason at the controls, of course, Brittany, the Grumman AgCat, one airplane in a long, long line of cats from Grumman. Mike and Wingwalker Sam have modified this airplane. They've taken out the hopper in the front of the aircraft. They've removed that. They've put in a jump seat. That is where Wingwalker Sam now sits. And in behind, you'll see Mike Trigvason piloting this AgCat. And as they bring this airplane around, you will notice, and if you look at the big screen, you can see that big long strut that's standing upright in the sky on the top wing. Believe it or not, in just a few moments, Wingwalker Sam is going to unstrap herself from that jump seat and climb up to that top wing and strap herself to that strut. And in fact, if you look at the screen, Brittany, I think she is making the transition. You can see that Mike Trigvason has pulled the power all the way back. Hurricane force winds up there. He doesn't want to blow her off the aircraft. Now, Brittany, I gotta ask you, are you brave and adventurous enough to try this?
Yes, absolutely yes.
That was an unequivocal yes. I think we should survey the audience.
Raise your hand if you would try wing walking.
I am seeing some hands.
All right.
How many are with me and say absolutely not? Hands up.
Those are a lot of hands.
I see a lot more hands.
The Air Boss is saying the same thing.
Oh, that is funny. Well, believe it or not, Wingwalker Sam is up there on the top wing. She's strapped herself in. Now, we talked about the hurricane force winds. Can't blow her off the wing, but it also is very, very loud. I mean, that's a 400 plus horsepower engine out front. and it makes a lot of noise. They can't talk or shout at each other. So what do they use? Hand signals.
And speaking of hand signals, give Sam a wave. She can see you right now as they come towards us. You can see her on the big screen waving as she sets up. The smoke is on.
They've got a little extra treat on this air show, Kat. In just a moment, you should see some beautiful wingtip smoke as well, as Mike Trigvason coaxes that egg cat through a big Barnstormers loop. And there you see Wing Walker Sam waving away. That is a real live person up there, folks.
She's real.
It is not a mannequin, believe it or not. It is a real person. One of her favorite maneuvers right here, the hammerhead. Now, Brittany, I mentioned Barnstormers loop. Barnstormer being the key word. This wing walking art form goes all the way back to the Barnstormers. Do you want to talk about that just a little bit?
It's a great opportunity to bring the history back to life right now. A lot of times the biplanes were converted into crop dusters. They also had an opportunity where they were traveling from farm field to farm field, and you know, they turned the sky into their stage and started with wing walking. I always say wing rocking because that's my favorite maneuver. And Sam is excited to bring it back to life here on the air show circuit. And now she doesn't do this full time. She is quite accomplished in her career as well.
Absolutely she is. When she's not working air shows as a wing walker, she works on the commercial space industry, where she makes maneuver recommendations for space science missions as, get this, Brittany, a satellite collision avoidance engineer. She also served several years in the military as a combat airfield operations air traffic controller. Whether it's space or air traffic control, she says her entire professional career has revolved around what's called risk mitigation, and wing walking is absolutely no different. It's a thrilling challenge that requires this duo to identify every failure mode and engineer around it.
Sam up there waving. You can see her on the big screen. Now, that is a ton of wind, and it's hard to breathe. We were talking about this over the weekend. She takes very small breaths. If you could imagine sticking your head out the car window.
Imagine being the key phrase.
Imagine. Yeah,
doing
please
that.
don't do that. We don't want that. But it takes a lot of athleticism, a lot of teamwork, as we were talking about before, and what we call the blind trust, ensuring that the pilot and the wing walker are in combination and trusting one another throughout their entire performance.
And it's really, really important for Mike, the pilot and husband, to fly all of these aerobatics as predictably and as smoothly as possible, because Sam on the top wing has to anticipate those maneuvers so that she can position her body properly so that the centrifugal force doesn't actually hurt her in any kind of way. Lots and lots of athleticism, as you referenced here, Brittany. As wing walker Sam with Mike Trigvason at the controls, there she is. You can see she's waving. That is not a mechanical robot. That is wing walker Sam, a force truly to be reckoned with.
I love this. There are times you'll see her a leg out, another leg out. She is having the time of her life.
That's right. Now, this is a powerhouse couple. We talked about her being a space engineer. Well, Mike is a technical or mechanical engineer, as well as an airline pilot who has designed experimental equipment used aboard the International Space Station, and has even built rockets designed to go up into space. Look at this, weaving back and forth.
That's a wing rock with a wing walker.
That's right.
Ooh.
Try saying that 5 times real fast. Now, folks, you might be wondering how Sam got into wing walking. You know, and you know, before I tell this story, I have to set it up by saying, many pilots, for example, who want to fly airplanes, they work in fast food joints, they work in the retail stores, they work outside of schools, babysitting, raising whatever coin they can so that they can convert that coin into flight lessons. Not wing walker Sam. Listen to this. Her entry job couldn't cover the high costs of flight training, so determined, she sought a second job when she applied to be a wing walker for a team in Oklahoma. She completed her first season performing in air shows in 2014, and between both jobs had saved enough to cover her flight training. That following spring, she flew every day after work and earned her pilot's license in 1 month.
I'm still working on my pilot's license. And it's been 10 years.
Wow. Yeah, I think it took me, probably 2.5 years to get my license. Way to go, wing walker Sam. Now, folks, we got to point out a couple of things here. First and foremost, as they head back to Billy Bishop Airport there, he can't land with wing walker Sam on top of the aircraft. She's got to actually climb back down, so he's going to pull back the power. And if you look real closely, you will see momentarily wing walker Sam descending off that top wing and putting herself back into that jump seat in the front of the cockpit. Now, you notice this airplane does not move very fast. Last weekend, I worked with Sam and Mike in Central Oregon at an air show called Madras Air Show of the Cascades. He had to fly that airplane. Took him 2 or 3 days to get there. When I was asking him about some of the cross-country flights he does with that ship, he said it took him an entire day to get across the state of Nebraska.
Yeah.
I gotta also point out that in the briefing this morning, our air boss Donna Flynn was doing a time hack, and
she's like 30 seconds left,
and there was silence in the room, and all of a sudden, all we hear is Mike say, "If you want to know what cross-country flight feels like in an AgCat, this is it." Long and boring. But anyway, we also want to just say that Mike and Sam Tryggvason are sponsored by Flying Wired Coffee Company. Flying Wired Coffee Company keeps this duo properly caffeinated for every adventure. Today you can order the same specialty coffee Sam and Mike enjoy every day at flyingwiredcoffee.com. Well, folks, what did you think of wing walker Sam? So those of you who raised your hands to try wing walking after seeing that, are you still convinced? Raise your hand. Yep.
Yay, you're with me.
I still see some people out there. Let's give them a big round of applause. Mike Tryggvason and wing walker Sam.
I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge some pretty incredible people, and that is our volunteers. The Toronto Air Show owes its success to the remarkable dedication of our 150 volunteers. On behalf of the Board of Directors and Lori Duthie, we extend our deepest gratitude for your hard work and commitment. Your efforts are instrumental in making this event possible. If you see a volunteer in a red shirt, please take a moment to thank them for their invaluable contribution to making this a fantastic family-friendly tradition. And now we have something special coming up. We have a special guest announcer with us, Samantha, joining us on the stage to tell us something pretty incredible. Now, friends, this is a great reminder to stay hydrated and also reapply the sunscreen. When you're doing that, please join us on social media. Ken and I both are on social media. We've been sharing a lot of the content from CIAS, Toronto. Follow us, like us, and you can find Ken at Stage 2 Planes, that's the number 2, and Planes with a Y. And you can follow me at Airshow Announcer Brittany.
Yay!
Yay!
We'd love to see you online.
But we love all of your content, and it is a ton of fun. I know after both Saturday and Sunday's show, it was blowing up with the amount of photos and videos, the little ones, and the many shout outs of those who came to the air show for the first time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm turning things over to Samantha.
Thanks a lot, Brittany. Good afternoon, Toronto. My name is Samantha Cott, and I will be your narrator today for the Jack Aces Mustang demonstration team. I am standing beside Dave Hewitt, our safety pilot for today's display. On behalf of the team lead, Louis Herschel, we are excited to be here with you today and help celebrate the 76th year of the Canadian International Air Show. The display you're about to experience is flown in a 1944 P-51D Mustang called Cheryl Lynn. Cheryl Lynn is part of the Jack Aces demonstration team, flying formation aerobatics in 3 P-51 Mustangs throughout displays all over North America. It will be our pleasure today to fly our single ship Mustang demo display. The P-51 Mustang was one of the most legendary aircraft of World War II. Designed in just 120 days by North American Aviation, it became one of the fastest and most versatile fighters of its time. Just over 15,800 aircraft were built serving Allied forces initially and later in the air forces across the world, including the Royal Canadian Air Force. Approximately 150 Mustangs are still flying today. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy this truly unique air demonstration. And now, if you look to your right, the Jack Aces P-51 Mustang Cheryl Lynn. From the roar of the Merlin engine comes one of the most graceful figures in aerobatics. Watch closely as this legendary P-51 Mustang carves a perfect infinity sign across the sky with the iconic Cuban 8, a dazzling mix of power, precision, and pure elegance. The incredible sound you hear is from Cheryl Lynn's Packard-built Rolls-Royce Merlin engine. Its 1450 horsepower V12 motor with dual stage, dual speed supercharger. Nothing sounds like it. It's music to our ears. Look to your right as Cheryl Lynn returns for the barrel roll. Flying Cheryl Lynn today is Marco Rusconi from Creemore, Ontario. Marco joined the Canadian Forces in 1997 and served as an instructor pilot for the RCAF and as a demonstration pilot for the Canadian Snowbirds. In 2010, Marco acquired a 1952 Canadian Harvard and joined the Canadian Harvard aerobatic team, flying a 4-plane Harvard displays throughout Canada and the United States. In 2017, Marco became a P-51 instructor for Stallion 51. He joined the Jack Aces Mustang demonstration team as of January of this year. the right, Marco is bringing Cheryl Lynn back for a 4-point roll. We would like to dedicate today's maneuver to the incredible volunteers who make this air show possible. And now watch and listen for this iconic maneuver. Honoring our rich aviation past is our passion, and our team takes a lot of pride in ensuring airplanes like Cheryl Lynn continue to fly safely. The Jack Aces demonstration team relies on a unique team of dedicated maintainers who ensure that we have safe and operational Mustangs day in and day out. Our performance today would not have been possible without Peter and Richard Lauterbach, truly incredible members of our team. And now from your left, get your cameras ready as Cheryl Lynn returns for a graceful barrel roll. The Jack Aces demonstration team is led by Louis Herschel from Springville, New York. Louis has been an avid pilot his entire life. He is also an assistant manager of the U.S. Navy Legacy Flight Program, flying his Corsair along Growlers, Rhinos, and the F-35C. He considers it a great honor to fly in the U.S. Navy Legacy Program and honor our veterans past, present, and future. Now get your cameras ready and watch as Cheryl Lynn returns for a final photo pass. We want to see the show through your eyes. Make sure you tag us in your photos. On behalf of the entire Jack Aces team, thank you so much for joining us today. We've had an incredible time flying for you, and we hope you've enjoyed the show just as much. Don't forget to follow us on social media at Jack Aces Mustang Team, and be sure to tag us in your photos and videos from today's performance. We love seeing the show through your eyes. Thank you, everyone, and have a great long weekend.
Samantha, thank you so much. Let's give them another round of applause. And the show continues on. With that, I would like to introduce again our sponsor, the Billy Bishop Airport, and a special message if you turn to the screens. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we have a little bit of a break for our drones to go up and capture all of you attending here on Monday. I want to tell you a little bit about the drones because, Ken, early on you said no drone zone. Please don't do that during air shows, but ours are a little unique and special. So we have the clearance to capture all of you. If you focus your attention, are they already up? They're already up there. I can't even find them. Thanks, boss. Straight out ahead, please give the drone a wave. We want to capture all of you. This is Danny and Jeremy from D Labs flying their drone, capturing the shoreline. The two-person flight crew controlling the remotely piloted aircraft you see now is commonly referred to as a drone. So again, give them a big wave, Toronto. Their aircraft is a DJI FPV quadcopter. It weighs in at just 2 pounds with a flight time up to 10 minutes. This fully aerobatic drone is capable of a top speed of 90 miles per hour. The pilot flying is wearing an immersive headset to see in first-person view, or FPV. In 2019, Transport Canada changed the rules for drones in Canada. Pilots are now required to take a test and have their aircraft certified. Some of the rules include not flying near airports, over people, and above 400 feet. So you can see them up there right now capturing the video content for us. Our crew has taken additional steps to gain permission of multiple agencies to be able to fly here during the show. And I know some of our civilian pilots enjoyed it because we are able to have the drone up there during their performances. So really excited to see it. You can see on the big screens now our crew walking around waving to all of you. Yes, you're on the big screen right now and we see you.
I stopped by that booth earlier this morning, and there's some really beautiful prints that you can purchase. Yes, young lady, I do recommend you support your local artists. There's some great stuff there.
And along in that vendor area is the autograph tent located right next to the F-35 demonstration team that we talked about. But really, it doesn't have to be just for the kids. I'm probably one of the biggest kids standing next to the other biggest kid.
I can vouch for that.
And I love being able to go up and talk to pilots, talk to Sam, who will be making her way over here, ask your questions, take the selfies, and again, a reminder, share those selfies. Marco coming in the P-51 over at the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. So iconic, glistening. Now, Ken, were you out there this morning polishing?
I barely made it in time for our briefing at 8:30 this morning. I'd have to be up a lot earlier than that, but you're absolutely right. There's a lot of sweat and tears that goes into maintaining these aircraft. Look at that very beautiful polished finish. They literally do have to polish that off in order to keep that shine going on.
And you can see Marco looking out left and right from the cockpit because there's really no forward view when they're taxiing on the ground. So they basically S-turn so that they can have a line of sight. And right next to the P-51, the Christen Eagle.
The Christen Eagle that's going to be flown later on in our airshow program by the great Trevor Rafferty. He wasn't planning on performing in the Christen Eagle this weekend, but unfortunately his Pitts Model 12, the highly powered Pitts Model 12, had a mechanical issue and he was not able to get that aircraft ready to go for his air show. So he decided to jump in and borrow a friend's airplane, a plane that he's not unfamiliar with, to perform at this weekend's air show.
Now look at this on the big screen, our drone out there capturing. Wow, we have a lot of people here today. This is incredible. If you can hear my voice along the park, give a wave. Oh, and there's Lori, our CEO, our executive director. We love and appreciate you. She has been working with her incredible team and of course all the volunteers. Please, again, give some shout outs to those volunteers working so hard.
And there's Sean Klisch taxiing out in his Cornell. Wasn't he just here on the waterfront?
He was. And he ran up on stage with us to talk about the museum.
That's right.
Took a boat, he's given us a wave, and he's getting ready to take to the skies momentarily.
I'm smiling to myself because I was waving back at Sean, and he can't see me. There's no big screen out there.
We're waving. Well, we'll just wave to all of you in the camera.
Now, an air show wouldn't be complete. Oh, look at that. Yep, our Falcons are back at the exclusive air show zone. These special birds of prey help manage birds out at Toronto Pearson International Airport. And look at that nice close-up. I think that's Tally, isn't it?
I think it's Tally.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful bird. All right, we're Well, while we have a minute here, Brittany, I just want to go a little bit airplane, airport, techno crazy for just a second. We're doing a little bit of air traffic control management. We're going into a segment of our program called the deconflict zone. Now, why do we call it that? Well, it's because Billy Bishop Airport remains operational throughout our air show, and there are a number of commercial operators using the Q400s that need to be able to depart throughout the afternoon. And so we put all the performers that needed the great big aerobatic box at the beginning and at the end of this deconflict zone. And then we put some of our performers that did not need that big aerobatic box into this next segment, which I'm going to call Act 2 of 3 of the 2025 edition of the Canadian International Air Show. Now, throughout the performances that you're going to see over the next little bit, you may see Q400s coming in and out of the Billy Bishop Airport. It looks to me like they're going to be doing their approach and landing here based on what the other performers have been using the runways. And so you might see a nice Q400 approaching the airfield or approaching the island, and just at the last minute they're going to turn in and land. They actually brief their passengers to let them know that we're going to do a little bit of a non-standard approach into the airport. It might feel a little bit more aggressive, but I'm pretty sure they're enjoying their ride nonetheless. Want to thank Air Canada Jazz as well as Porter Airlines for all of their support and cooperation in helping us be able to continue this air show this weekend. Now, Brittany, we're scanning the skies, and I see that little dark speck up in the sky. That is Luke Penner in the Extra 330 SC. You better be ready, Brittany, because I'm going to ask you what the SC stands for a little bit later on in his airshow performance. But right now, explain to the audience what we're about to see. It's called Unlimited Aerobatics. What is that all about?
That's right, part of competition flying, which you will see throughout Luke's performance, is what we call different levels. So you start with primary, and it's basic aerobatics. You move into sportsman, up to intermediate, into advanced, and then the top category is unlimited, and you are going to see why. Precision flying, taught and learned under the membership of the International Aerobatic Club, IAC, and Luke is one of the best.
That's right, Brittany. From the heart of Manitoba comes Luke Penner, a fresh talent in air shows who brings a rich background in competitive aerobatics to the forefront. His performance merges competition-level precision like you were talking about, Brittany, with showmanship, offering Canadian audiences a unique experience. This airplane designed for one thing and one thing only, and that is to win aerobatic contests. And you will see Luke Penner put this airplane through its paces as he rolls the airplane around that vertical axis. Right about here, he runs out of airspeed, kicks in hard left rudder in the hammerhead. We're looking at the top side, now the bottom side, now the top side as he twists and turns on that down line. That airspeed indicator is wound right up to the top to the stops as he pulls back on the stick again. Looking at positive 6 Gs on that pull-up. Now he just sort of spins that airplane over and around as he snap rolls. Look at that. This airplane has a 420 degree per second. And he's going to roll it down to the show line, and up he goes in a great big wing over. A nice way to get the performance turned around, and right back in front of us, diving for airspeed. Let's see what he's going to do again. As he gets a good look at that Q400 over there to our left on final approach. There's no conflict here. As he point rolls the aircraft all the way up, looking for 5 points. 5 stops around those turns. You can see this airplane has tremendous vertical capability. That is because it has a high-powered engine, approximately 350 horsepower. It is also very, very light, which allows them to have a tremendous power-to-weight ratio, which is exactly what you need in aerobatic flying. Oh, look at this. A negative pushover, the negative G-forces trying to pull him outside of that cockpit. He's straining against the straps. All the blood is rushing to his head. Very, very uncomfortable.
So I want to tell you a little bit more about the competition flying. It would be very similar to that of figure skating, where you are looking at every single maneuver. As you can see, when he's flying, straight vertical line cannot wobble the wings at all. If he does a loop or a circle in the sky, you will see the judges holding their thumb up and making sure it is a perfect circle and not egg-shaped. You can see a little flick as he goes around each of these lines. It looks like he's going to be doing a figure 8 in the sky. Now, the judges would be looking right now that each of the lines on that figure 8 are similar distance, and again, a perfect circle. If you put your thumb up in the sky, it should sit right in the middle, and that is why he is an unlimited competition pilot.
Absolutely. It also helps that he has 13,000 flying hours across more than 100 types of aircraft and more than 2,500 hours of aerobatic flying. Although newer to air shows, Luke's track record over the last 10 years is impressive, consistently reaching the podium in aerobatic championships and earning multiple titles as the Canadian national champion.
Now, if you'd like more information on aerobatic flying, Luke encourages you to go to IAC.org. It's the home of the International Aerobatic Club. I am a proud member of IAC myself, and it's not just flying. You can also be a competition judge. You go through judges school, and you have the opportunity to participate then in competition flying from a different perspective.
A very short break to allow Luke to tighten down the seatbelt straps, give the engine an opportunity to cool down. Now he's back at show center with multiple snap rolls down that 45-degree down line. Lots of smash right now as he arcs up back into that beautiful Toronto sky. Snap rolling the airplane, not once, not twice, not 3 times, 4 times. That is, again, the Avalanche Loop, Barnstormer's Loop with multiple snap rolls thrown in at the top of the loop. As I mentioned, this airplane can roll 420 degrees per second. Look at this, Brittany. Oh, my gosh. Just somersaulting through the sky, using a gyroscopic energy off the propeller as well as the torque of the engine to flip that airplane through the sky. And of course, with all that experience Luke has, he knows exactly what the airplane is doing at every single moment during his airshow routine. Nothing comes as a surprise. He's right on those controls, and you can see as he goes through his routine how precise his point rolls are, how he ends his snap rolls. He's not dishing, he's not at some weird angle, he's always stopping at wings level.
Now, Ken, I'm really glad you said that, because the first time I started going to air shows, I thought they were just having fun and flying maneuvers. Every single one is calculated, rehearsed, practiced to gain that muscle memory that we see here.
Absolutely. Luke Penner from the heart of Manitoba. Look at that altitude that he maintains all the way through those series of point rolls and fast rolls. And now again, he's going to use that wing over to get turned around. Does it very, very quickly because he doesn't want to slow the pace of his performance down. Back up on the 45-degree line. And again, snap rolling the airplane. Look at how he just stops it in the knife edge. It takes a lot of workups. I think if you went for a ride right now with Luke during these performances, you would not know which end is up and down and all that kind of stuff. I've heard from other aerobatic pilots that yes, it does feel that it's going awfully fast, but as you get used to it, everything starts to slow down for you and you're able to image your way through these snap rolling maneuvers. Again, rolling the airplane, now sliding it along the fuselage, and now again somersaulting through the sky. Toronto, what do you think of Luke Penner so far? Luke Penner Aerosports is sponsored by Harv's Air Flight Training, as well as pilottraining.ca. We'd also like to thank Diamond Doors, Manitoba-based company manufacturing the best of bifolding hangar doors. We'd also like to thank Fast Brothers, Canadian Propeller, the Royal Aviation Museum of Western Canada, and Method 7, California-based optics company producing high-performance sunglasses for aviation as well as for everyday use. Now, Brittany, I gotta say, as a bit of humor here, I met up with Luke at the elevator at the hotel, and I said, Luke Penner, we have got to play the Mennonite game because you've got the classic Mennonite name. I've got the Mennonite background. Hildebrandt is a Mennonite game. I even said we're probably related somewhere along the way.
You did say that.
Oh boy, I mean, if you're from the heart of Manitoba, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Look at this, folks, continuing to climb, and oh, he's having a grand time on this Labor Day Monday. Hanging the airplane on the prop there, going into a hover, just managing his energy ever so precisely, turning the airplane for just a few moments into a helicopter. The Extra 330 SC. Brittany, it's your chance to shine now. Tell us, what does the SC stand for?
Single seat competition.
That is correct.
It took me 3 days. I did it.
You did it. High five there, my friend. That's right. Believe it or not, those initials do actually stand for something. As the smoke comes off, we're anticipating that Luke is going to be landing momentarily, but I think we're going to let that commercial airliner get in first, and he's just going to circle around. Air traffic control probably telling him he's number 1 or number 2. Well, let's see what Tower actually does with this traffic management. As you can see, another Q400 making its approach into the airfield. You'll see that rather aggressive turn to final in just a couple of seconds.
Now I want to run down what is coming up next. We have Sean Klisch in the Cornell, followed by Trevor Rafferty in the Christen Eagle. We will turn things over to the water once again for our search and rescue demonstration. We'll bring in the Nanchang, our Red Star, and then turn things over to the United States Air Force with Major Melanie Mock-Klusner, and finally have the Canadian Forces Snowbirds. So much more coming up. And I want to remind you, as we begin to come to the second part of the air show, it's never too early to start thinking about next year. I know Lori and her team are already doing that. And if you want the inside scoop, go to the website and sign up to become an insider. Our insiders are the first to receive performer announcements, updates on the show, behind the scenes footage, and can save up to 50% off of tickets for the exclusive air show zone where you can meet the performers. Be sure to check that out at CIAS.org.
And who doesn't want to be an insider? We all want to have the inside information, correct?
We do.
Are you an insider?
I am definitely an insider.
I believe I'm an insider as well. All right, looking at the big screen, you can see a picture of that Edenvale Classic Aircraft Foundation Fleet Cornell, going back in time to the 1930s and early 1940s. And Brittany, we should probably mention, you know, World War I, World War II is really starting to move past our front of mind consciousness. You know, as young people, when we think about aviation only being 120 or so years old, it starts to feel a little bit ancient. But what's really cool about air shows and really cool about museums like we're going to be introducing you to in just a few moments, they really work hard to keep aviation history alive. Not only to honor the sacrifices that so many people have made in order to protect our freedoms, but it also gives us a chance to show you how aviation has evolved over time. And I think CIAS has done an outstanding job of giving us that overview, that trajectory of aviation history. We're going to go further back than that P-51 Mustang. That Mustang, of course, frontline fighter in World War II, much like our CF-18 Hornet, much like the USAF F-35 Lightning II, which is now the 5th generation fighter aircraft. There might be some debate out there about what generation the Mustang is, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and call it a 2nd generation fighter. The World War I biplanes being the 1st generation of fighter aircraft. And it's amazing too, if I may, looking at World War I and World War II and the incredible advancements that happen in a very, very short period of time. I'm not sure if Samantha was able to include it in her narration, but the P-51D Mustang, as a matter of fact, built, designed, and flown in just 102 days. That's how fast these airplanes were being produced back in the day. And modern aviation today benefits from all of those design advancements that were happening way back in World War I and World War II. So we see that Cornell. Now, Brittany, we had some fun with this yesterday.
I'm ready. This is going to be fun. It's audience participation on this one.
That's right. We're going to ask you folks, which pass will be the high-speed pass of the Cornell? Will it be this one, or will it be the final pass? Your guess is as good as mine. As Sean Klisch tracks in the Cornell. Brittany, take it away. Tell us a little bit more about this airplane.
As you look to the skies, you'll see the Fairchild PT-26 Cornell, a humble but heroic trainer of World War II. Built in Canada for the British Commonwealth Air Training Plan, the Cornell gave thousands of young pilots their very first hours at the controls. With its fully enclosed cockpit, it was perfectly suited for Canada's cold winters, preparing aviators for the next step in their journey to fighters and bombers overseas. Simple, reliable, and forgiving, the PT-26 truly earned its nickname as the pilot maker. Today, it flies on as a tribute to the men and women who train to defend their freedom.
There you have the first pass of the Cornell.
Ooh, this is tough. I don't know if that was a high-speed pass. I have to wait.
He did a little bit of the wing walking.
Rocking.
Or rocking, the wing rocking, thank you.
We're going to do that all day.
As he went by, that's again, aviators' way of saying hello to the people that have gathered on the ground to watch them. Sean Klisch at the controls. Not only does he fly the Cornell, he also flies for a commercial operator and the Airbus A320 series of passenger jets. Talk about a huge difference in performance between this Cornell and the commercial aircraft that we fly today. Let's look as the Cornell comes by here in that bright yellow paint job. That was so that everyone doing flight training could see each other easily in the sky. And we're going to give Sean a wave as he goes by. I also want to see if his canopy is open because sometimes...
It looks like it might be. Yep.
Yep, it is indeed.
I love the camera work. We can actually see
That's right.
Sean flying inside the Cornell.
It has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that my eyesight is getting poorer as I age.
Now, one of the things coming over from the States, I was intrigued with the name Cornell. And while in the U.S., the Army Air Forces used the PT-19 designation, the Royal Canadian Air Force called their version the Cornell. The name stuck and is a common nickname for all PT-26s.
Well, and as you travel this great nation, folks, you may come across airports that have that classic triangular configuration with the runways. Chances are that airport was built as a result of the British Commonwealth Air Training Plan. Where I'm from, in Abbotsford, it was built in the 1940s as a British Commonwealth Air Training Plan training center for B-24 Liberator bombers, as well as, you guessed it, the Cornell. I have lived in Abbotsford all my life. and I won't tell you how long that is, but I have lived there a long, long time, and I think this is one of the first and only times that I've actually seen a Cornell flying in an air show.
Now, we had Sean come up here before, and he shared an important message about the museum. And Ken, I think you may have some more details.
Yeah, that's right, Brittany. Edenvale Classic Aircraft Foundation that owns this aircraft was established back in 1986. They're based at the Edenvale Aerodrome, located on Highway 26 between Barrie and Collingwood. The airfield opened in October 1941, again as part of the BCATP, and served as #1 relief field for Harvard operations at Camp Borden during World War II. Now, folks, we want to point out that the foundation has 3 airplanes. You're seeing one of them right now, the Cornell, the PT-26 Cornell, but they also have a de Havilland Tiger Moth and a Fleet 80 Canuck. Their hangar is open on Thursdays and Saturdays from May through October. And they invite anyone interested in history or aviation to come on down and visit, or perhaps even book a ride in either the Cornell or the Tiger Moth.
All right, friends, this is another pass. So we saw the first one. Here is the last pass. We're going to see which one you think is the Cornell's high-speed pass.
Lined up with the show line, look at the tremendous performance of the Cornell as it goes by.
He's waving. Look at that. Give Sean a wave right now.
Oh, and he's pouring the coal to the fires in a max performance climb, giving the Hornet some competition out there today.
All right. By show of hands, how many thought his first pass was the fast one? All right. How many think the last pass?
Well, you know what, Brittany?
Oh, Air Boss said it was the last pass. It was 5 miles per hour, because I'm from the States, faster than his first pass.
Okay. You're a little bit harsher. It must be that aerobatic judge training, because I was going to give everyone the point because they were both fast-paced passes, and as you say, Brittany, the only difference was maybe 5 miles per hour. Folks, let's give Sean Klisch and the Edenvale Classic Aircraft Foundation a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Edenvale, for bringing this aircraft to our air show here today.
Again, a great reminder to stay hydrated and join us on social media, CIAS Toronto. You can find us on Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, X, TikTok. Did I get them all? I think I got them all. You can find us everywhere, but we want to see your photos and videos. We have Signature Aviation FBO showcasing what they see over at the FBO. Pretty cool.
It is very cool, and if you look at the big screens, you see that spoof canopy that I was talking about, painted on the underside of your Royal Canadian Air Force CF-18 Hornet. You won't find that on American F-18s, but you do find it on the CF-18 Hornet. Coming up next in our airshow program, Trevor Rafferty flying another aerobatic machine, more designed for the slightly gentler beginning, advanced, and intermediate aerobatics. It's known as the Christen Eagle. Now, Trevor Rafferty is no slouch when it comes to aerobatics. He is an unlimited pilot himself, and with the skill that he has, he's able to put that airplane through a wide variety of incredible aerobatics. We have some special guests up here on the stage.
We do. Look at that. The camera angle, you can tell right now. Sam, you hide perfectly behind Ken right there.
I'm sorry I have such a big wingspan.
Mike
I'm sorry.
and Sam up here, we saw you walking on the wings, and we heard your story. What was it like to go up and down the shoreline on top of the egg cat?
That's right, Brittany. We were wing walking, or I was wing walking. Mike was flying over the water here today. It was fantastic. The water is beautiful. The cityscape is gorgeous. And we're so grateful to be here.
And Mike, for you, how was it flying today?
Conditions here and all weekend have been perfect. It's like as we just see Trevor dropping into the box here, the weather does not get any better. So big thank you to Toronto, big thank you to everybody here to celebrate Canadian aviation.
Beautiful. I know you're going to be heading over for some autographs right now to the tent, so go by and see them, and we'll turn things over to Trevor Rafferty.
That's right, sneaking in from the Billy Bishop Airport with a high-speed pass, and that truly was a high-speed pass. Trevor Rafferty in the Christen Eagle, rolling the airplane upside down, hanging in the straps, all the blood rushing to his head there for just a couple of moments as he says hello to the folks on our fireboat here today. Now he lays the smoke on the water as he arcs up into the sky, going through 5/8 of a loop, stopping there on the 45-degree down line. That is the half Cuban 8 turnaround, a maneuver invented quite by accident when a American pilot who had connections to the Cuban Air Force wanted to throw some snap rolls on top of a loop. He was going too fast, so he rolled out on that 45-degree down line. He loved it so much that he did it again the opposite direction, and when he got back down on the ground, people who had never seen that maneuver before asked him what it was called, and he just very nonchalantly called it the Cuban 8. Now, I mentioned that this airplane is used primarily for beginning, advanced, and intermediate aerobatics, but at the hands of someone like Trevor Rafferty, you can coax the airplane to do almost anything, much like you saw Luke Penner do in the Extra 330 SC. Let's see what Trevor is going to do next in this beautiful Christen Eagle, and as he goes by, you can see on the big screen the beautiful, beautiful Eagle paint job that is so distinctive of these airplanes that were built to compete with the Pit Special that was originally, or was used earlier in our airshow program by the magnificent Northern Stars Aero team. Now, as Trevor climbs for altitude, watch very closely as he rolls out on the top there. Now he kicks in the rudder and somersaults the airplane. Trevor Rafferty in the Christen Eagle. Brittany, tell us a little bit more about Trevor.
Trevor was born into aviation, growing up around wood and fabric airplanes that flew out of small pastures near the town of York, Ontario. His father was a pilot, and Trev could fly an airplane by the age of 12 because it was under the guidance of his dad. After a stint as a teenager racing cars and, as he says, chasing girls, Trevor got serious about flying and earned a commercial pilot's license with ratings in gliders, seaplanes, as well as an aerobatic instructor rating. Although he made his living and paid for his flying and aircraft building working as a millwright in the steel companies of Hamilton, Ontario, he is now working full-time flying air shows and teaching aerobatics.
If you love somebody, better tell them why they're here, 'cause they just may run away from you.
Rolling the Christen Eagle down the shoreline, giving you a good idea of the rolling capability of this incredible airplane. Designed by Frank Christensen, has been flying in the United States since the late 1970s. Started with the single-seat version called the Eagle 1. They stuck a second seat in there, and you get the Eagle 2, powered by a 200 horsepower Lycoming engine that gives the Christen Eagle a top speed of 184 miles per hour. Look at this sliding across the stage. On the fuselage there, you know the wings don't actually produce lift in a maneuver like that. It's all the fuselage producing the lift. Of course, it helps to have a 200 horsepower Lycoming engine and then a very light airplane. They don't go into these performances with full fuel either. They just have the absolute minimum fuel that they need in order to get the best performance out of the aircraft. Again, watching Trevor Rafferty in the Christen Eagle. Again, another pilot who likes to work so close to the water.
I just love watching your reaction, Ken. It's like, do you have to go all the way to the surface level?
Oh, they do get our hearts palpitating, when they do that. Over the top he goes. What a beautiful, beautiful day we have here. Not too hot, not too cool. Just clear skies. A perfect day for an air show, isn't it, folks?
Now, we should mention, because I said surface level, Trevor has a surface level card, which means he has done a number of air shows proficiently. He has gone through a training and also got checked out by an ace who has watched him perform to allow him to fly all the way down to the surface. Now, pilots and airshow pilots don't start off surface level. They will slowly make their way down, starting at 500 feet, 250 feet, and moving down after they show the proficiency and safety. And that's why he's one of our aerobatic instructors.
That's right, straight up into the sky, looking over his shoulder, over across the wings to make sure he's perfectly vertical. Right about here, kicks in hard left rudder, looking at the bottom side of the airplane, throws in a half roll. Now watch this as he shoves the stick forward and exits the maneuver on the outside.
Ow.
Oh, that's gotta hurt the shoulders, that's gotta hurt the head. All again, those negative G-forces making him strain against the strap as the blood rushes to his head. We don't recommend you do it, but it's like basically sticking a vice grip on your head and just squeezing it real, real tight. It's a really uncomfortable feeling. You longtime airshow fans may recognize the Christen Eagle, and that's because the Eagle's aerobatic team, consisting of Charlie Hillard, Tom Poberezny, and Gene Soucy, flew it as part of the Eagle's aerobatic team. That was the single seat version of the Eagle. This is the double seat. And if you look closely on the screen or at the airplane, if your eyesight is good enough, you'll see that Trevor is actually piloting this airplane from the back seat. Should also mention, Brittany, this aircraft, as he flies the show line upside down, is a home-built aircraft. That's right. You can build this airplane in your garage, in your kitchen, in your living room, your bedroom, your spare room, your hangar if you're lucky enough to have one of those. Many, many copies of the Eagle 2 have been built. In fact, they've got some Super Eagles out there flying the airshow circuit with the installation of a 300 horsepower engine. All right, folks, get your cameras ready because here comes Trevor Rafferty from the right, side slipping and knife edging through the sky just above the water. This is your photo opportunity of Trevor Rafferty in the gorgeous Eagle 2 biplane.
Whatever they tell you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what did you think of that? Give a round of applause for Trevor Rafferty.
And while you are applauding, why don't we get into the mood here just a little bit with celebration. We want to see some excited people out there because Brittany is walking along the crowd line here and she's got some swag that she wants to give away. If you're having a good time out there, let's see you. Brittany will have a little gift for you.
Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure?
see a lot of people having a good time here on Labor Day Monday. What a great way to celebrate the unofficial end of summer. Thank you once again for joining us here at the Canadian International Air Show 2025. Of course, don't go away, because coming up next is your Royal Canadian Air Force CH-146 search and rescue helicopter. We're going to take a look at an Eastern Bloc designed and built airplane known as the Nanchang CJ6. Then we're going to get loud and proud with both the United States Air Force F-35 Lightning II and your Canadian Forces Snowbirds.
All right, baby, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right.
You know, Brittany, I was telling the crowd earlier on that I'm probably related to Luke Penner simply because we're Mennonite. You know, it was great to see you dancing out there and everyone else dancing out there, but we Mennonites, we were never really taught to dance, so this is pretty much the extent of my dancing. It's called the two-step. It goes one step to the right, one step to the left, and then you just repeat. And every once in a while, we throw in an ill-timed hand clap.
And this is why I ran down there dancing. Good job, Ken. Good job.
Yes.
Please, I hope someone got that. Can you share it on social media, please? CIAS Toronto.
Oh, I keep forgetting this. I forget that this goes online.
Stage to planes. And I want it to go viral.
Oh, man. That is funny. I just remembered again that once it's on the internet, you will never, ever be able to scrub it.
Oh, look at that, Trevor coming in.
Yeah, look at that beautiful paint job, hey?
It is one of the most iconic paint schemes on it, and I love it every time I see it, especially when we have conditions like we do today with the sun, the water, everything. And you've heard from almost every single one of the pilots that we have talked to. The conditions have been pristine and perfect. Now, I do want to tell you, we just saw them get out a little bit ago. I think they're still over in the autograph tent, but if you're interested in meeting the Northern Stars, they will be going in there. They are there until 2, so we have a few more minutes. Please go over and talk to them, the formation team, the heart in the sky. I mean, they're literally skywriting now.
Absolutely.
During formation flying. It's incredible.
It's incredible. There's some performers out there that will play tic-tac-toe with each other in the sky.
We have seen that. They're our friends.
All right, just a short little break as we do a little bit of air traffic control here again. This would be a good opportunity for me to give a special shout out to the fine folks at NAV Canada. We have representatives here on the show boss control area. We've also got NAV Canada folks in both towers at Pearson International as well as Billy Bishop. And also deep inside the bowels of a big room with a bunch of computer screens, monitoring this airspace so that we keep everyone deconflicted and the air show running smoothly. So thank you very much to the folks at NAV Canada. I also want to give a special shout out to the great Donna Flynn and the awesome Kelsey Furcus from Showline Air Show Services. They are our air bosses for this weekend. And if you're wondering what an air boss does, let me tell you, they are much like stage managers of a very large theatrical production. They start work on this show months ahead of time, doing paperwork, talking to NAV Canada, working with the producers, talking with Transport Canada, getting all the paperwork that needs to be done submitted. They plan out and help the producers figure out what their show box is going to be. They connect with the performers, gather the documentation that Transport Canada works. Yes, every so often, Donna Flynn has to have conversations with one Canadian Air Division, including Paul Faulkner. Usually those conversations go well.
Well.
And then when they arrive here at the show site, they're working with the airports, they're parking airplanes, they're making sure that they're properly supported. They put the flying schedules together, they run the briefing, and then during the show itself, they are telling when pilots are to do their thing and how to exit and enter the box. So let's give it up for Shoreline Air Show Services, Kelsey Furcus and Donna Flynn, who right now is actually talking to our next performer, the CH-146 Griffin helicopter. So folks, in Canada, the provision of aeronautical and marine search and rescue services is supported by the Canadian Armed Forces and the Canadian Coast Guard. Every year, these two federal organizations respond to more than 12,000 cases around the country to help Canadians in need. This particular helicopter belonging to 424 Transport and Rescue Squadron, based out of Trenton, Ontario. Today we're going to get a demonstration of the search and rescue capabilities of the CH-146 helicopter. Imagine for the next 5 or so minutes that we don't have this pristine Labor Day Monday. We have a dark, cold, rainy, stormy, windy evening. And somebody out on the water has had an incident and they are now in distress. Well, who goes out to help them? That's right, 424 Transport and Rescue Squadron with their Griffin helicopters, often supported also with the CC-130J Hercules. Now, in our simulation here today, we're going to drop one of our divers, or SARTECs, from the helicopter to act as our individual in distress. You can see the flippers on the feet of our first SARTEC. And in just a moment there, they drop into the water. Again, that is our person in distress. CH-146 Griffin helicopter will circle the area. And if they followed what they did the other day, we'll see that person in distress ignite a flare so that the helicopter can spot them in the water. Again, there's the flare. Again, imagine that it's a very stormy night, and that is the conditions more typically that our crews have to deal with when they're performing a search and rescue operation like this one. These folks are responsible for an area of more than 10 million square kilometers, and they work under the command of the Joint Rescue Coordination Center, who coordinate emergency response services. 424 Transport and Rescue Squadron covers the bulk of Canada's landmass by working closely with search and rescue partners, including local police forces, fire services, the Canadian Coast Guard, Parks Canada, and more. On board our helicopter today, our first SARTEC team member from Quebec City, Quebec, is Corporal William Bergeron. Our second SARTEC, who will be hoisted down towards our person in distress in just a moment. You can see him being hoisted down. Master Corporal Jeff Boyd. He is from Laval, Quebec. Our flight engineer today, Warrant Officer Yannick Lord from Val-d'Or, Quebec. And piloting our helicopter today is First Officer Captain Rory Harrison and Captain Chris Gallinger. Now the job of our pilots is to make sure they maintain altitude and maintain a perfect hover over the rescue area.
Watching on the screen right now, a successful rescue, as you can see the team members being hoisted up back safely to the helicopter.
Let's give them a wave as they get hoisted back up into the helicopter. We really appreciate 424 Squadron being here at the air show this weekend. All through the weekend, they were on standby. They could have been called away at any point during this weekend for a search and rescue operation. So we really appreciate them being at this air show this weekend. And now that we have the SARTEC and our simulated person in distress safely aboard the Griffin helicopter, we're going to show you a little bit of the capabilities of the Griffin. This is just one of the modes that the Griffin helicopter is used for. It's also used for surveillance and reconnaissance, Army training, casualty evacuation, as well as counter-drug operations. Griffin helicopter has also played a key role in many humanitarian relief operations while deployed on Operation Athena. While there, they helped to reduce the risk of exposing personnel to ambushes, landmines, and improvised explosive devices. Climbing up to about 500 feet above the water, our CH-146 Griffin helicopter can also be equipped with a forward-looking infrared system. Can also be equipped with a Westcam MX-15 electro-optical imaging system, as well as a powerful night sun searchlight, as well as armored floors and crew seats. And now a spiraling descent back down to about the original altitude they had before they started that ascent up to 500 feet. Griffin helicopter can carry up to 13 people and has a maximum gross weight of nearly 5,400 kilograms. It can also reach speeds of upwards of 260 kilometers per hour. Now, Brittany, I am going to run through, because I don't like to disappoint people. I know that they are eagerly awaiting the KFFs, the Ken Fun Facts.
Yes, we've been waiting all day.
Well, wait no longer.
Yes.
I am happy to provide you with some KFFs, Ken Fun Facts. Here's where the helicopters have been based in Canada: Bagotville, Borden, Cold Lake, Edmonton, Gagetown, Goose Bay, Petawawa, St. Hubert, Trenton, and other places. See? That was so
good.
much fun.
That was a fun fact. Our Griffin giving us a bow, ladies and gentlemen. Wave back to our team. The search and rescue display that they brought here. These are things they are doing on a regular basis, and it humbles me so much to remember the hard work that they do. In times of need and distress, they are who you want, and they are just providing an example of what they do.
Look at them pirouetting down
Just
the show line, having good fun. But it's also a testament to the skill of the pilot, because they're using all their appendages, both arms, both legs, or both hands and both legs, one on the stick to control pitch, one on the collective to control ascent and descent, and then, of course, 2 feet on the rudder pedals to control yaw. There's a lot going on. I said this yesterday, and I think there's some truth to it, that just imagine lying on your back and trying to balance a broomstick handle on your nose. That's kind of what flying helicopters is like. Now, Brittany, I have more KFFs if you're interested.
I am.
I know you are, and I can see how excited you are through that very fake big smile. You want to know how big that rotor is?
I do, actually.
Yeah, 14 meters. Sorry, it's in meters. Times it by 3 in a little bit, and you'll get an idea of the footage. It's also powered by a Pratt & Whitney PT6 engine. Has a maximum speed 260 kilometers an hour and a range of 656 kilometers. Now that number is a little misleading, because I always like to point out that it all depends on what kind of headwinds you're dealing with.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is the last pass. Please give them a huge round of applause. Wave They are waving back to all of you. Excellent. Look at that. Yes, I wave. I wave to everybody. It's the best part of an air show.
You did not wave to me this morning when I saw you. I'm just saying. What have I done, Brittany?
Oh, don't worry. I'll wave to you tomorrow.
Okay. You're gone tonight.
We're having so much fun up here.
And it has been so much fun all weekend. Brittany, thank you so much for joining us up here all the way from Florida, sometimes based in New York, depending on where the husband is. That's right.
That's right.
But it's been great. We had you here 2 years ago, and it's great to have you back. We kind of bicker and fight like brother and sister, but it is truly a great partnership, and it's been a pleasure co-announcing this air show this weekend with you.
It's always a ton of fun. And this is something too, in air shows and aviation, there's a lot of different ways to get involved. We talked about the volunteering, but there are fun, unique jobs like air show announcing. You heard about Donna and Kelsey with air bossing. We also have a ton in social media, production. We were live streaming, tons of different teams, all the way to operations. So please consider volunteering and getting involved. It's never too early. Some of our volunteers have been here for 40 plus years. I had a good friend, Chris, who got his 25-year pin yesterday. So they really take care of their volunteers. And Ken, something they tell us every year, Lori always says it, she goes, it's truly a family. And now you're seeing volunteers who are here with their children and with their grandchildren, all volunteering. So if you're interested, please go online, CIAS.org, to learn more about how to get involved.
And they are truly proud of each and every air show that they deliver to the community, and that is something that attracts me to air shows. Not just the incredible flying, it's also the great people, and it is also the great opportunity to bring the community together to have a shared experience, and that's exactly what this team does here at the Canadian International Air Show. And as I said, a tremendous amount of pride that goes along with all the work they do to bring you this show.
We did have a special birthday to Joshua, who is celebrating his 15th birthday here at the show. I would do the same thing on my birthday. Joshua, we wish you a very happy birthday. We hope you're having an amazing time because we brought this all together for you.
That's right. And I just got to say, we see our Northern Stars getting back into the Royal Canadian Navy boat here to get transported back to the Billy Bishop Airport. They actually have to go back to work.
Oh.
And so they are heading back. They're going to be climbing into the airplanes. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Farewell for now. I look forward to seeing you at the next air show. All right, folks.
Jumping off, we're talking to our air bosses right now, making sure we have comms, and we are ready to go in our air show lineup.
We are scanning the skies looking for Dan Fortin in the Nanchang CJ6, a Chinese design-built aircraft. And I know, Brittany, you've got some interesting factoids that you'd like to share with the audience about this airplane. And yes, you're right. I had to step off the microphone for a second because Dan Fortin had a message for me. He's going to tell me when the 4-point roll is coming up. So I'm looking forward to getting that instruction. All right, Brittany, if you look off to your right, I see the smoke trailing from the Nanchang. Please welcome, folks, Mr. Dan Fortin in the Nanchang CJ6.
Ladies and gentlemen, watch closely as the Nanchang CJ6A takes to the sky, China's answer to the famous warbird trainers of the Cold War era. First flown in 1958, this sleek 2C trainer introduced thousands of young Chinese military pilots to the world of flight. Don't be fooled by its resemblance to the Soviet Yak-18. The CJ6A is a homegrown design, built tough, agile, and fully aerobatic. Powered by a distinctive 9-cylinder radial engine, the roar is unmistakable as it rolls, loops, and dives in front of us today. Today, this Red Star trainer continues its mission not in combat, but in preservation, reminding us of a time when the world skies were a training ground for the jet age.
Carving out a beautiful Barnstormer's loop as his opening maneuver, Dan Fortin, a native of Victoriaville, Canada. He's a retired corporate pilot who began his flying career with gliders at the young age of 16. And like many kids in Canada, Dan's dream took him to the Canadian Forces, where he was allowed to perfect his flying skills and get his first taste of aerobatics. Dan also served as chief pilot for the Northern Lights aerobatic team, where he received type ratings for high-performance airplanes like the Fuga Magister, the L-29 Delphin, the L-39 Albatross, and the mighty Hawker Hunter. Lots of airspeed, or smash as the aerobatic pilots like to say, pulling back on the stick. Listen to the very distinctive growl of that Venyev M14 engine as he pulls up over the top, reverses direction, and heads back down to the water a quarter of a turn so that he flies away from us, momentarily giving us a good look at the backside of the airplane.
Designed in the late 1950s by the Nanchang Aircraft Factory in China, built specifically as a primary trainer for the People's Liberation Army Air Force. First flew in 1958 and entered service in 1960. Again, it has been used to train thousands of Chinese and foreign military pilots.
Okay, Dan likes to keep me on my toes as I narrate his performance here. I think this is going to be the Cuban 8, and if he rolls out on that 45-degree line, which I think he's doing right now, yes, he is indeed following his script. This will be the full Cuban 8. It is a figure 8 lying on its side, all within the confines of our aerobatic box. You know what, Brittany? He executed that figure 8 lying on his side perfectly, because as he came out on the backside, or the end of the maneuver, I saw the airplane go through a little bit of a bubble and a bump. You saw the wings wag just a little bit. That means he flew right through his own wake turbulence. Nothing more satisfying than executing a maneuver so perfectly that as you get turned around, you fly right through your wake turbulence. We had to learn it in private pilot license and doing steep turns. And when you hit that bobble, you knew you executed it perfectly. Okay, pulling back on the stick into another Barnstormer's loop. Again, this airplane featuring a 360 horsepower Venyev M14 engine. That, Brittany, here's a fun fact for you again.
KFF.
A KFF. It spins the opposite direction as North American airplanes do. So he has to manage the torque a little bit differently than you would in a North American designed airplane. All right, here's another repositioning turn. Again, converting that altitude into airspeed. Let's see what Dan is going to do next as he pulls back on the stick. Up and over in a beautifully executed aileron roll right there at show center. Again, he wants to end this maneuver at exactly the same altitude as he started it, and Dan does it so well.
Now we're seeing what life is like after military service. Many of the CJ6s found their way to the civilian market, especially in the U.S., popular with warbird enthusiasts because it's affordable compared to the Western trainers like the T6 Texan. Yet it delivers the classic radial engine sound as well as having the aerobatic performance.
This is another unique maneuver called the barrel roll, If you just imagine a 45-gallon drum lying on its side, Dan Fortin just flew around the inside of that barrel. That's why we call it the barrel roll.
It's a barrel of fun.
It is a barrel of fun. Somebody took me through a barrel roll at one point, and I totally got disoriented as soon as we did the roll, because you're basically going almost 90 degrees opposite direction to where you started the maneuver, and then ending it at the same location at the end of it, or in the same direction as you started it. Okay, rolling in. Dan Fortin. Rolling the airplane in another aileron roll, but he likes to stop it right there, upside down for just a few moments before rolling back upright.
Oh, now this is where we may have a little fun.
Okay, well, I'm going to trust that Dan is giving me good instruction, as well as Donna Flynn and Kelsey Furcus. Kids, we got to get you warmed up for school tomorrow. We want to refresh your counting abilities. And so I want you to point at the airplane. I want you to follow him through the sky, and I want you to count with me how many times he stops the airplane through this 360-degree roll. Okay, there's 1. There's 2. There's 3. And 4, the 4-point hesitation roll at exactly the correct position in his sequence script. Now, Brittany, did you talk about some of the unique things about this particular airframe that we're looking at?
Well, I said it's often mistaken for a Yak 18, and there's different things about it. For example, the tricycle landing gear, it's giving it a more sleeker look, but there
smushed together to create this monster Nanchang.
Now, one of my favorite, I think he might do it, coming down low. Let's wait and see. Sometimes, and he might do it on the way back, he gives us a wing rock. Now, it's my favorite maneuver because it's really where they get to wave to us because they can't talk to us.
I'm sorry to say it, but I was laughing just a little bit there because you too have been fooled by Dan Fortin now.
Well,
because he did the wing rock yesterday,
twice.
And then he decided just to do a high-speed pass, which is also cool.
It's really cool, but I'm going to see if he can bring it back. So we're going to look down to the right and see if we can get the Nanchang wing rock. There we go, rocking his wings. Give him a wave. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dan Fortin. I got the wing rock.
You got the wing rock. We love that, and I was also impressed by that Canada Goose formation by the B1RDs that just went by. Joining Dan Fortin in all the fun out there as he does a low and over at the Billy Bishop Airport. Now, folks, I got to just finish up the story real quick about Dan Fortin's airplane. It is actually 2 airplanes put together, the best pieces of 2 separate airplanes, and then he welded it together to create this monster Nanchang. The original engine was pulled, and he put in that M14 radial engine, giving it that very distinct sound, but giving him all the power he needs. He also partners with his good friend Mario Hamel, who flew with the Northern Stars earlier in our program. Dan Fortin actually uses the Nanchang as a tow plane for Mario Hamel's Salto sailplane. Talk about going from on the ground to the air instantaneously. That's how quickly and how powerful the Nanchang operates. Folks, let's give him a big round of applause. Having a lot of fun here today with Dan Fortin in the Nanchang CJ6A.
And as we have just a brief moment, a break, I have 2 special sponsor announcements from Billy Bishop as well as the RCAF Foundation. The Royal Canadian Air Force Foundation works to recognize, foster, and celebrate the RCAF by sharing stories of its 100-year history while highlighting the future of Canadian aviation and aerospace. In 2021, the RCAF Foundation embarked on a 10-year horizon to build an enduring platform and to preserve, promote, and celebrate the RCAF. To help tell the stories of the people, the technologies, and the events that shape the RCAF foundated book to share the rich history of Canada's Air Force, now a Canadian bestseller. To learn more about the RCAF Foundation, visit rcaffoundation.ca and find us on all social media channels. And now if you can turn your attention to the boards, we have our drones back up. And I want to tell you a little bit more about the team. Jeremy has been a professional photographer for 20 years and was looking for a way to give his clients a different perspective. In 2017, he took Danny's training course and a short time later became certified with Transport Canada, getting his advanced RPAS license. Since then, he's been building his flying time with various corporate, real estate, and personal photo shoots where he flies the auto robotics Evo 2 Pro. Jeremy has been a volunteer with the CIAS for 29 years and had the opportunity to fly in the air show. Was always something he had dreamed of. After getting the right pieces of the puzzle to fit, I think you'd agree having the drone here today marks wonderful technological achievements in the world of technology, and we're super excited to have Jeremy here along with Danny. He's been flying remote control aircraft since 2009 and started professionally in 2015. He has accrued over 5,000 flight hours in various types of drones, including fixed wing and rotorcraft types. He became a well-seasoned pilot while flying for other companies doing infrastructure inspections and film along with television flying. After a year or so, Danny started to offer training through D Labs in 2017, giving us incredible views. We are unable to see up and down the shoreline, but boy, having Danny and Jeremy take the drones up, we're able to see it right in front of us and on the big screens.
All right, folks. As is the reality with all air shows, flexibility is the key. Remember the CH-146 Griffin helicopter we saw perform just a few minutes ago, and I told everyone that they were standing on SAR standby? Well, they've actually been called away.
Oh, okay.
And so we're expecting them to launch within the next 15 minutes or so at the Billy Bishop Airport where they have been staging. We're gonna just allow them to depart the airfield. They've got to get the aircraft turned around, make sure it's fueled, and they're ready to go for their mission. They'll get it turned, and then they'll be heading on their way. So we're just gonna hold for a few minutes here until that's all been taken care of so that we can have clear space or clear airspace for the United States Air Force F-35 Lightning II demonstration team.
Now, this is a perfect opportunity to visit the vendor, grab something to drink, reapply the sunscreen, and get ready and settled in. You do have time, don't worry. So if you have not grabbed lunch yet, be sure to run back there and grab some food, and we will be coming back.
I've been looking forward to lunch, and I see it sitting there ready for us. And now we just have to wait a few minutes longer while we wait for the turnover for the F-35 demonstration team. Now, Brittany, I got to say, it's been a pleasure, like I said earlier, getting to know you a little bit better. I think it's time to take our friendship to a higher level, if you will. We're at an air show, so let's take it to a higher level. I would like to play a game with you called 5 Questions. Would you be willing to play 5 questions with me?
I feel like I can trust you, Ken.
Okay, here we go with 5 questions. All right, 5 Questions is inspired by the late show host, Craig Kilborn. That show runs and continues to run on a U.S. national network. I thought this would be a great way to get to know some of our performers, and this weekend, you, Brittany. Are you ready for 5 questions? Some of them might be a little controversial, some of them might be philosophical, some might be technical in nature. And I will decide if your answer is correct based on what response you give me. Sound good?
Sounds great, Ken.
Okay, here we go. First question, Brittany, which is better, mornings or nights?
Mornings.
You say mornings?
I say mornings.
That is incorrect. The best time of the day is the night. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so you're 0 and 1.
This is awesome.
Question number 2, would you rather have the ability to read minds or the ability to control time?
Time, definitely time. I would be scared to read your mind.
I have a very innocent, angelic mind, Brittany. You would have to fear nothing by reading my mind. But you are correct.
Yay!
I'm going to give you that, the ability to control time. Well, we're going to have to put this game on pause because our air boss is asking for our attention. We'll be right back with more 5 Questions with Brittany. Okay, we just received word from Donna Flynn that we are actually launching the F-35 from Pearson. They'll be overhead in just a few moments. But we just have a couple of more minutes here to finish up. I gave you the point there, Brittany. Yes, I would agree with you, the ability to control time. I don't like getting older. Okay, question number 3. Is it ever okay to wear pajamas outside? Is it ever okay to wear pajamas outside?
Yes.
You say yes?
I have to let my dogs out at night.
I'm going to say incorrect. It is never okay to wear pajamas outside. So you're 1 and 2.
I let my dogs outside. Guys, come on.
Okay, here's the 4th question. What is your favorite airport to fly into? Your favorite airport to fly into?
Oh, I'm going to have to say Maui.
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 That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maui Airport. I'm going to give you that point. So you're, what is it, the points now? I forget. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The points don't matter. Here's the 5th question. If you could own any airplane in the world, what would it be? Any airplane in the world, what would it be?
T-28.
A T-28.
Charlie model. I like the tail
A
hook.
Charlie model. Now, knowing I never get in between a woman and their airplane, I'm going to give you that point.
Yes.
Folks, that is how you play 5 Questions
That was fun, Ken.
with Brittany Pygis, our wonderful co-announcer here at the CIAS 2025.
sun. Even more beautiful.
All right, you see our social media up there. Now, what you don't realize is over here on the announcer stand, we've been talking about what airplane if you could have any airplane, which one would it be? Now, you see CIS Toronto on all of our social media platforms. We want to hear from you because we've had a different answer from everybody on this stage. And now I'm curious what the audience would say as their favorite airplane if they could have any of them. All right, F-35 team, what would be your airplane?
Well, I'm hoping there's a lot of guys out there, a lot of gals out there that like the F-35 for their favorite aircraft. Come on, let's be honest here. What's sleeker? What's more technologically sound? What's more advanced? But me personally, if I had to pick, it'd probably be a P-51 Mustang.
Ooh.
You know, World War II era aircraft.
Yep.
Sound still flying to this day. Can carry a lot of items. Can carry someone else in the back seat. What you got, Trey?
Trey, what do we got?
I want a float plane.
A
I don't want to
float
rely on an airport.
All right.
I want to land in a lake.
So maybe something like a Citabria, Howard, DGA, and floats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something big enough for me.
All right, so we got one of our plane nerds up here, CRM and Matthew Dooley, actually. So we're going to get his answer as well. Come on over.
I think I'm going to go with the original Lightning, the P-38.
Solid.
I love this. So join us, tell us online on our social media platforms because now it's a little bit of a competition. I love all this interaction.
I love it too. You know, I was thinking about it, and it
What
actually.
would you do, Kat?
Well, it's interesting because if it was a warbird, like a World War II aircraft, I think I would want a Harvard or a T6, as you would have known it in the United States, because I'm 6'2", and I've got broad shoulders, as you can tell. So some of the smaller airplanes, I can't fit comfortably in them. So if I'm going to go through the expense of purchasing an airplane, I may as well fly in comfort. I mean, there's so many different airplanes out there that if I had all the money and time in the world, would love to own. But in the end, you got to fit in it. You got to feel comfortable with it.
It's all about comfort. We hear that from our pilots too. Some of them are not the best or easiest cross-country planes, like an Egg Cat.
Like an Egg Cat, that's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, so thank you. As we are in a bit of a pause, this is when we kind of do some tap dancing, as we say. And what we're doing is just looking at the coordination between SAR with the United States Air Force F-35 demonstration team and making sure everything is in place. And then we will toss it over to the team. Now, I do want to remind you, it is going to get loud, very loud. So if you have ear protection for yourself, for your loved ones, this would be a perfect opportunity to dig those out of the bag, out of the stroller, and have those ready. Now, here's the deal. If you can see me on the big screen, you have built-in ear protection. Just go like this and hold your ears, or hold your ears like this. But it will be loud, and we want to make sure that you protect your ears. Also, be sure to have your cameras ready because seeing mock fly all weekend long has been incredible. Some of the vapor that's coming off, we want to see you capture that and share it with all of us at CIS Toronto.
Now, I'm looking at you and I, Brittany, on the screen here, and I'm just, noticing the height difference here. I'm 6'2".
I'm 5'8".
You're 5'8", okay.
But if I go like this, I'm the same height as you.
When
Ready?
they were setting
Go.
When they were setting up the cameras on practice day, they had to tell us to pull the table back because they were just getting my chin and below. All right, folks. Brittany, let's do an introduction here.
We are getting things ready, and at this time, I hear behind us a little jet noise. I'm looking over at my team. We're waiting for final checks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise. The United States Air Force F-35 demonstration team.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of your United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Adrian Spain, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, Welcome you once again to the Canadian International Air Show. I'm the F-35 Demonstration Team Chief, Technical Sergeant Jeffrey Williams from Mobile, Alabama. And I'm joined today by my team superintendent, Master Sergeant Trey McLaughlin from Evergreen, Colorado, as well as my team safety observer and combat-ready F-35 pilot, Dalton DJ Shield. DJ is a combat veteran fighter pilot with more than 340 hours in fighter jet aircraft and hails from San Antonio, Texas. As a member of the 388 Fighter Wing, also known as Pampered Nation, commanded by Colonel Charles Fallon, located at Hill Air Force Base in scenic northern Utah, it is my distinct pleasure to describe to you today a capability demonstration by the world's most technologically advanced fifth-generation fighter, the F-35A Lightning II. The team commander and pilot for today's flight is Major Melanie Mock Klusner. Mock comes from a military family but was born and raised in Memphis, Tennessee. She is a veteran combat fighter pilot with more than 1,100 hours in fighter jet aircraft. The F-35 you are about to see is a supersonic, non-G capable, multi-role aircraft that combines cutting-edge stealth with the most advanced avionics system of any fighter aircraft in history. The F-35 gives the United States Air Force the power to dominate the skies anytime, anywhere. While you won't see everything that makes the F-35A Lightning II the most technologically advanced stealth fighter aircraft in the world, you will witness its raw power. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to stand up and get your cameras ready. I present to you the newest, most technologically advanced fifth-generation fighter aircraft in the world, your United States Air Force F-35A Lightning II.
It's showtime!
God bless
Now setting up her first aerobatic maneuver. Coming in from your right, Major Cruz will execute a half Cuban 8 at a stunning 50-degree angle of attack. This is the first of its kind maneuver unique to the F-35 demo team. Show y'all why the F-35 is your favorite aircraft. You must maintain a clean profile by carrying your missiles and bombs internally. With an internal payload capacity of over 6,000 pounds, the F-35A is the most lethal multi-role fighter jet in the world. If you ever wonder where those bombs and missiles hide, here is your answer.
David Banner.
Hey, ever seen a Chevy with the butterfly door? Stuntin' is a habit, beat like me. Hey, ever seen a Chevy with a beat like me? Hey, ever seen a Chevy with a beat like me? Hey, ever seen a Chevy with the butterfly door? Stuntin' is a habit, put it in the air. Stuntin' is a habit, put it in the air. Stuntin' is a habit, put it in the air. Hey, ever seen a Chevy with the butterfly door? Stuntin' is a habit.
Yeah, F-35A possesses the ability to reach speeds 1.6 times the speed of sound, which equates to nearly 1,200 miles per hour. Today we'll showcase just a fraction of that engine's capability. Watch now as Major Cruiser accelerates to just below the speed of sound, covering an incredible 3 football fields per second. If that wasn't impressive enough, she will pull back on the stick and catapult the Lightning II from 300 feet to over 3 miles. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for Freedom's Thunder on a high-speed pass. air maneuverability is crucial. The Lightning II's advanced flight controls combined with its powerful engine give the F-35 an impressive 1,500-foot turn radius. As Major Cruiser approaches show center, she will light the afterburner and bank sharply, pressing her into the seat with up to 9 Gs or 9 times the force of gravity. After completing the turn, the F-35 will power straight up into the vertical and then quickly change direction, flipping end over end in the maneuver we like to call the lightning loop. Coming from your right, the Lightning II's combat radius turn. In preparation for the dedication pass. Major Cruiser and the rest of the F-35 demonstration team from the 388 Fighter Wing was to dedicate this pass to the men and women from all branches of our armed forces and their families who are so bravely fighting today's joint fight. We'd also like to remember our wounded warriors and veterans in attendance and those who have given their lives defending this great nation. This will be your best photo opportunity, so get your cameras ready to capture this salute. Now, from over your right shoulder, the F-35 demonstration team proudly presents the dedication pass. Major Cruiser will now demonstrate the Lightning II's crisp agility in handling. Notice as she makes her approach, she is in the inverted position. As she reaches show center, she will complete a 360-degree roll and finish the pass inverted. Coming in from your left, Major Cruiser performing the inverted to inverted pass. The F-35 possesses the incredible ability to point its nose at will in a dogfight. Watch closely as the jet climbs more than a mile into the vertical and completes the lightning loop. And then, while under complete control and without thrust vectoring, Major Cruiser will execute a full 360-degree flat turn. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lightning II's pedal turn. Now, as Major Cruiser flies across the aerobatic container and traces a square in the sky. As she reaches the top of her loop, she will remain inverted and reduce the speed of the aircraft to just over 100 knots. Coming in from your left, the F-35 performing the unique square loop. The ability to maintain slow speed flight is crucial in combat. The potent combination of sophisticated flight controls coupled with the most powerful fighter engine ever built make it possible to reduce the F-35 speed to less than 100 knots. Coming in from your right, Major Cruiser will demonstrate the F-35's slow speed capability. And then, just as she approaches show center, you will once again feel the raw power of the engine as she lights the afterburner and accelerates the aircraft into a near vertical climb. Also, as a heads up, the dance is coming.
No drinks going on. I sound a whole lot better.
Listen, seeing you got ritualistic, cleansing my soul of addiction for now, 'cause I'm falling apart. Yeah, tension between us just like big fences. You got issues that I won't mention for now, 'cause we're falling apart. Passionate from miles away, passive with the things you say, passing up on my always. I can't blame you, no.
Don't look away yet. As Major Cruiser reaches the peak of her climb, she will go inverted and reposition the aircraft by forming a split S. As she returns to show center, she will then accelerate rapidly and snap the F-35 through the series of aileron rolls to demonstrate the Lightning II's impressive roll maneuverability. Calling all dancers, calling all dancers. Dropping in from your left, the F-35 performing opposing rolls.
This speech is my recital. I think it's very vital to rock around. That's right.
On top.
It's tricky. It's tight. Here we go. It's tricky to rock around. To rock around. That's right. On time is tricky. It's tricky. 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 It's tricky to rock around. To rock around. That's right. On time is tricky. Tricky. I met this little
As the most
girl
technologically advanced fighter aircraft in the world, the F-35's flight controls give our pilots a distinct advantage to outmaneuver their opponents. As Major Cruiser approaches show center, she will complete more than 135 degrees of a heading change in 3 seconds. Slide the tail of the F-35 through the turn, and then powerfully climb out of the maneuver. Closing in from your right, ladies and gentlemen, the tactical pitch. We don't usually do a pedal turn this late in the performance, But we heard a lot of guys and gals were upset about missing out on the flare. We know the flare is very big for everyone. We love it. It's beautiful. So the best we can do is bring you guys in a beautiful maneuver in the pedal turn. That's going to be coming in from your left.
The mode, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
Thunder, thunder, thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Now, isn't that beautiful?
Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Oops, forgot. Little flare for you, little flare. Just a little higher up this
Kids were
time.
laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds.
Okay. Here in the F-35 demonstration team, one of our favorite moves is the tactical pitch. We're known for doing multiple. So, why not let's do another? Coming in from your right with another amazing tactical pitch.
Stop till we're legends.
As Major Cruiser prepares to land, we would like to give a shout out to our expert maintenance team that helped make those flares happen today. Our F-35 dedicated crew chiefs, Staff Sergeant Jesse Easley from Houston, Texas, Senior Airman Staff Sergeant Braden Bissell from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, our avionics specialist, Senior Airman Matthew Dooley from Phoenix, Arizona, Senior Airman Bryce Raymakers from North Pole, Alaska, and our team public affairs advisor, Staff Sergeant Zach Rufus from DeSoto, Texas. This concludes today's demonstration. We hope you have enjoyed this brief display of only a fraction of the F-35's full combat capability. As an integral part of the most capable Air Force the world has ever known, your F-35 Lightning IIs are ready to defend our nation's skies and dominate the battle space anywhere on the globe. Ready to aim high, fly, fight, and win. On behalf of your United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Adrian Spain, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, thank you once again for your patriotism and your support. If you enjoyed today's performance, make sure to like and follow us on Facebook and Instagram at F35 Demo Team and tag us in all your social media posts at F35 Demo Team. Now back to Brendan and Ken. Give me some more of those KFFs.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause. United States Air Force F-35 demonstration team. And Mock brought a little flair.
That's right, putting the bedazzle and air show performance with the F-35 Lightning II. What a great demonstration. Canada, you're looking at your future frontline fighter with the F-35. Great to have Mock and the entire F-35 team here at the CIAS 2025. Now, folks, don't go anywhere because momentarily we are going to be turning the microphone over to your Canadian Forces Snowbirds as the grand finale of this day number 3 of our air show, and indeed the grand finale of our entire weekend. What a great weekend it's been. A lot of air show flying, a lot of connecting with people. That's what air shows are all about. And folks, we hope that you have been entertained throughout the day and throughout the weekend. And also, hopefully, you've been inspired to pursue your dreams, whatever they might be. Again, coming up next, your Canadian Forces Snowbirds. You don't want to miss this display. It's really, truly spectacular. It's got all of the great snowbird maneuvers that you come to expect in a Snowbirds display.
Now, I was looking up and down the show line when we tossed to the F-35 demo team, and I saw a lot of cameras out. Be sure to share those images with us. Again, CIAS Toronto. Tag us, like us, follow us, and again, getting ready for next year, become an insider. Behind the scenes, some savings on the exclusive airshow access area. Your VIP moment with your friends and family, it's where to be.
Hundo P, as the kids say, 100%.
Hundo P. Is that what they say, Ken?
I have no idea, but I like saying it anyway.
I just want to say thank you. Again, we have the Airshow Insider first to receive performer information. So again, they are already working on the lineup for next year and sometimes even 2 years out, focusing on jet teams, demo teams, what to highlight. It's truly an artistry putting something together. And you saw the diversity here when we had wing walking. We had the Nanchang, we had our Royal Canadian Air Force, the military, to the Christen Eagle, a little bit of everything, and formation flying. And that's a lot of thought and effort goes into who to bring, how to put it together. And as we say, what'd you say? Like the bosses, they are working to ensure everything is put together, but they choreograph this. It's not just pick your performers and put them together. Everything is thought out in detail.
Absolutely. It goes from the style of the performance to when they can actually be slotted in between everything else that might be happening in the airspace. Now, Brittany, while we have a quick minute before we bring on the Canadian Forces Snowbirds, I, like my good friend Paul Folke Faulkner, like a good story. And I'm wondering if you could tell me your story about how you ended up becoming an airshow announcer.
That's a great question. I came to an air show, so I went to EAA AirVenture in Oshkosh, and I thought it was going to be a bunch of 747s lined up. Oshkosh is not like that at all, but tons of different aircraft, and I found myself below the announcer stand, and I looked up and I could see the gentleman up there talking, and the next year I went back and I got to meet him, and that was Rob Ryder, one of my mentors, and I took a picture, and it's like fangirl, like, here I am. But I really then started to learn about it and just asked to go with some people, and here I am today. Now, it's not my full-time job. I am a vice president at a community college, and Ken, it's been incredible working with you on the weekends.
And right back at you, sis. Appreciate all the fun that we've had, and thank you for all your work. All right, folks, time to welcome to the house your Canadian Forces Snowbirds. Let's give them a big round of applause as we turn the microphone over to Snowbird 11, Captain Richard McDougall.
Good afternoon, Toronto. Are you ready for a Snowbirds performance? I don't think I heard you guys. Are you ready for a Snowbirds performance? There we go. On behalf of our command team, Lieutenant Colonel Guillaume Paquette and Chief Warrant Officer Cheryl Abernethy and all members of 431 Air Demonstration Squadron, welcome to the 2025 Canadian Forces Snowbirds performance. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Au nom de notre commandant, le lieutenant-colonel Guillaume Paquette, l'adjudant-chef Cheryl Abernethy et de tous les membres du 431e escadron de démonstration aérienne, bienvenue au spectacle des Snowbirds 2025. The Snowbirds are all active serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and the show team is comprised of 11 pilots, 11 aircraft technicians, and our public affairs officer right here to my left is Captain Phil Rochon from Ottawa, Ontario. Les Snowbirds sont tous des membres des Forces armées canadiennes et l'équipe du spectacle est composée de 11 pilotes, 11 techniciens et techniciennes d'aéronefs, Et notre officier des affaires publiques, le capitaine Phil Rochon, originaire d'Ottawa en Ontario. Capitaine Rochon veut partager vos photos avec le monde. Suivez-nous au Snowbirds FC sur Instagram et Facebook et identifiez-nous dans vos publications. Now, Captain Rochon wants to share your photos with the world. Make sure to follow us at CF Snowbirds on Instagram and Facebook and tag us in your posts. Now, my name is Captain Rich McDougall, Snowbird 11, and I'll be your narrator today. I'm from Moncton, New Brunswick. I'm a former CC-130 Hercules air refueling pilot and CT-156 Harbor 2 instructor as well. Now to my left, we have Snowbird 10 Captain Jérémy Dion from Saguenay, Quebec, and he'll be your safety pilot today. Dion, not Céline Dion, Céline Dion. $5, my bad. Now as the team joins us here at the waterfront, the team has just taken off here. Let me tell you a little bit about the jets that are used in today's performance. The Canadair CT-114 Tudor, built in the early 1960s, served as the primary jet trainer for the Royal Canadian Air Force until the year 2000. This single J85 jet engine produces 2,700 pounds of thrust, which propels this relatively light aircraft to speeds of over 400 knots. The straight wing design and the finely tuned controls make it a classic sports car of the air. With the exceptional maintenance it receives from our highly qualified team of technicians, the Tudor continues to serve as the perfect platform for formation aerial demonstrations. Now, folks, for a glimpse behind the scenes, if you look out to the right into the distance, the pilots are setting up for what we call the shakeout. This procedure starts with a positive 5G pull, then a negative 2G push, followed by a smoke check. We use it to test both the aircraft and the pilots' bodies to ensure they're both ready for the show. And if you look closely, you'll be able to spot the smoke trails as well. Alors, pour un aperçu de l'arrière-scène, les pilotes viennent d'effectuer leur shakeout, où ils ont tiré 5G positifs suivis par 2G négatifs, et ils ont terminé avec un contrôle de fumée. Ceci est effectué pour tester à la fois l'avion ainsi que le corps des pilotes, pour s'assurer qu'ils sont tous les deux prêts pour le spectacle. Alors maintenant que l'équipe s'est rejointe en formation de 9, le spectacle va commencer dans très peu de temps. Pendant que l'équipe nous rejoint ici aujourd'hui, laissez-moi vous présenter un peu sur les avions qui seront utilisés dans notre performance. Le Canadair CT-114 Tutor, construit au début des années 60, a servi comme avion à réaction d'entraînement pour l'aviation royale canadienne jusque l'an 2000. Le moteur J85 produit 2700 livres de puissance, qui propulse cet avion léger à une vitesse de plus de 400 nœuds. Now look straight ahead for those 9 iconic twinkling lights. And in just a moment, let's listen live to the cockpit of Snowbird 1 as the team checks in.
lightning inside me.
Here they are, your 2025 Canadian Forces Snowbirds. Aux Snowbirds des Forces canadiennes 2025.
There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I'm cranking up on the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is
Regardez à votre droite, alors que Snowbirds 1 à 9 se positionnent pour le passage en formation du coin inversé.
This is how legends are made.
Now look to your right as Snowbirds 1 through 9 reposition for the inverted wedge bottom side pass.
This is how legends are made. Go on, break all your plans, all your minds, any men, write your names in the sand till they're washed out again. You came out of the blue, almost too good to be true. Couldn't have planned it better even if I wanted to. You were the best surprise. You were the best surprise. Come on, take what you need. Let it go, let it be. Bittersweet mystery. Now you're still
Looking left, you'll see the team change to swept delta formation for another bottom side pass. Then watch as they pull up into a loop and change back to big diamond.
This is not another story. This is not another drill. I refuse to be another number now. Never staying down. This is something real. I'm a name that you'll remember. I am more than just a thrill. I am gonna be the greatest ever now. Watch out, I'm a force that you will feel. And it goes something like, I'm victorious. It's my time. There's no stopping this, 'cause I was born for this. I do it for the glory. I do it for the glory. I'll be more than just a fable. I'll be written in the
À
stars.
la droite, les Snowbirds se préparent pour une manœuvre classique. Le tonneau et la boucle en grand losange. From the right, the Snowbirds are setting up for the classic Big Diamond combo, which is a roll followed by a loop in the Big Diamond formation.
I'm victorious. I wanna be nowhere but here. safe. We can do it our way. And if love's just a game, then come and play. Aziza, meet me on the floor tonight. Show me how to move like the water in between the dancing lights.
Smooth and accurate flying is essential for R2 inner pilots. Flying in the inner right wing position is Snowbird 2 Captain Katie Clapp from Ottawa, Ontario. Captain Clapp previously flew the CC-130 Hercules in a search and rescue role and the Harbor 2 as an instructor. She brings over 3,800 hours of military flying experience to the team. Now anchored in the inner left wing position is Snowbird 3 Captain Patrick Charette from Montreal, Quebec. Captain Charette is a former CP-140 Aurora pilot with over 3,300 hours of flying time. Now the backbone of our formation consists of 2 line-astern pilots, better known as the STEM Cats. Our first line-astern pilot is Snowbird 4 Captain Brendan Pillow from Sydney, British Columbia. And at the tail end, cool, calm, and collected is our second line-astern pilot, Snowbird 5 Captain Scott Boyd from Burnaby, British Columbia. He's a senior Harbor 2 flight instructor with over 3,400 hours of flying time. Now, look straight ahead for the hero split.
Split now.
Break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, word upon your lip, rather that you rip. Break me down and build me up, whatever it takes. Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes. Cause I love how it feels when I break the chain. Whatever it takes.
From left and right, Snowbirds 8 and 9 are repositioning for the knife edge pass. Solo is both physically and mentally demanding, requiring split-second decision-making from our opposing solo pilot, Snowbird 8, Captain Marc-André Plante de Chicoutimi, Quebec. The solos exit the stage. Here they are, Snowbirds 1 through 7 in big formation. Watch as they pull up into a loop, change to wedge, and then to aero.
My foot on the gas and go. Here and ready for action. No one does it like Jackson. If it's true, I ain't bragging, no. Me now. Yeah, it feels so good to say out loud. I know I'm gonna win, don't need no luck. I got the golden touch.
De la droite, les solos s'approchent et c'est leur tour de nous montrer la passe miroir. Watch carefully as the solos fly canopy to canopy and perform the mirror pass.
Let me say a little thing, tell you about a dream. Our friends, you and me, we were dancing in the streets. We were wild, we were free, we were making memories. I'm gonna shout, I'm gonna sing.
Now look straight ahead as the team runs in for the awe-inspiring and iconic Canada Burst.
Let's go. Let me show you. You know that I got that soul, yeah. Show you. You know that I got that soul, yeah. Hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain. You can break rocks. You to be a master. Don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you gon' find yourself.
Now.
Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. 'Cause you burn with the first flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the world.
Now let's look straight ahead as the solos run in for the twizzle. Regardez à la droite et préparez-vous à admirer une manœuvre emblématique des Snowbirds. Le tonneau et la boucle en ligne côte à côte. Look to your right for a signature Snowbird maneuver. The line of rest, roll, and loop.
If you want it, you gotta dig deep. I'm on top of the mountain, but it's real steep. Been through the valley, now I'm at the peak. Yeah, how you learning every time I speak. And when kings collide, they expect to fight. But I know the truth, yeah, we the light. Don't believe the hype, nothing's overnight. Views from the top like a satellite. Yeah, I'm going places you ain't never been. I'm doing things you ain't never seen. Whoever thought it'd be like this? It takes hard work to live a dream. I'm going up now. I'm going higher. I'm going up now. Yeah, I'm going higher. I'm going so high. I'm so fly. Oh my, oh my. I'm going up now. Going up now. I'm going higher. I'm going up now. So what you wanna going up now? So what you wanna do? I don't care what the nays say. I live without it for my name's sake. I do what I want and not what they say. Now I'm in a position for a big payday. In the belly of the beast, I was raised deep.
Maintenant, regardez droit devant pour une manœuvre très spéciale.
I'm elite. I got a higher calling to feel a victory. I'm going places you ain't never been. I'm doing things you ain't never seen. Whoever
Get your cameras ready for this next very special maneuver.
I'm going up now. I'm going higher. I'm going up now. Yeah, I'm going higher. I'm going so high. I'm so fly. Oh my, oh my. I'm going up now. Going up now. I'm going higher. I'm going up now. So what you wanna going up now? Keep me coming back for more. Baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. And love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart.
The Snowbirds are dedicating today's heart to all the volunteers here in Toronto who have worked so hard to make this show a huge success. Maintenant, regardez en avant pour un changement de rythme, alors que Snowbird 7 roule autour de la formation, suivi par une manœuvre sensationnelle, le lag back cross. From left and right, get ready for a collaboration between the Solos and the STEM Cats. The Snowbirds present the four-way cross. Our lead solo is Captain Patrice Powis Clement, Snowbird 9 from St. Joseph Island, Ontario. He's also a senior instructor on the Harbour 2 and has flown over 3,000 hours of military time.
Starting in the Cobra. Back, back.
De la droite, Snowbirds 1 à 7 reviennent pour le tonneau en double diamant. From your right, Snowbirds 1 through 7 return for the double diamond roll.
Au milieu du bar où on dansait autrefois. Est-ce qu'on peut se retrouver encore pour chanter sur tous les toits?
Been around the world a couple times and now I'm back. I hate to admit it, but I was missing you bad. Breathe a little louder now that you're in my arms. I'm dancing with my babies where I belong.
Je t'attends au milieu du bar où on dansait autrefois. Est-ce qu'on peut se retrouver encore pour chanter sur tous les toits? Ah ouais, on porte ma belle, je t'emmène n'importe où pour gagner comme des loups ce soir. Je t'attends au milieu. Turn it up!
Flying on the edges of our large formation requires aggressive and responsive flying from our outer pilots. Number 6 is Captain Kyle Taylor from London, Ontario. He's a former Harbour 2 instructor and flying in the outer right wing position brings over 2,000 flying hours to the team.
And let the whole world know. Don't wanna be too quiet. I'd rather get real loud.
De la gauche, voici les solos qui rejoignent la formation principale pour présenter la spectaculaire tornade.
Let's get a little bit louder.
From the left, the Snowbirds present the Tornado.
You spin my head right around when you go down,
I got the house with my swagger, hop in that whip, yo, I got places to go. People to see, time is precious, I look at my Cartier out of control. Just like my mind where I'm going, the women, the shorties know nothing but clothes. No stopping at my Pirelli's on, unlike my jewelry that's always on. I know the storm is coming, my pockets keep telling me it's gonna shower. Call up my homies, it's on and popping the night, cause it's meant to be.
We'd like to take this opportunity to highlight our dedicated technicians who ensure that we have safe and operational jets day in and day out. Our performance today would not have been possible without these amazing members of our team. Nos techniciens dédiés s'assurent que nous avons des avions prêts à voler jour après jour. Mais nous pourrions tout simplement pas voler sans ces incroyables Snowbirds. Our crew chief, Sergeant Shane Botor from Lahr, Germany. Number 2 Alpha, Corporal Aaron Martin from Regina, Saskatchewan. Snowbird 3 Alpha, Master Corporal David McKeag from Truro, Nova Scotia. Snowbird 4 Alpha, Corporal Chad Humphreys from our home base in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Snowbird 5 Alpha, Master Corporal Tristan Bavesky from Toronto, Ontario. Snowbird 6 Alpha, Corporal Alvin Alviola from Biambang, Philippines. Snowbird 7 Alpha, Corporal Mike Misty from Barrie, Ontario. Snowbird 8 Alpha, Master Corporal Justin Chantedet from Mississauga, Ontario. Snowbird 9 Alpha, Corporal Etienne Bilodeau de Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Snowbird 10 Alpha, Corporal Eric Kenny from Belleville, Ontario. Snowbird 11 Alpha, Corporal Dustin Poirier from Kingston, Ontario. Our supply technicians, Corporal Mathieu Godreau and Aviator Jeffrey Castillo. And our mobile support vehicle operator, Corporal Isabelle Gervais from Montréal, Québec. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Applaudissons-le chaleureusement. In the outer left wing position is Snowbird 7 Captain Thomas Thornton from Belleville, Ontario. Captain Thornton is a former Royal Canadian Artillery officer who then transferred to the RCAF, where he instructed on a CT-155 Hawk. He brings over 2,500 hours of military flying experience to the team. Now, look to the left and get your cameras ready for this next stunning maneuver.
Be that silver lining to the story. If you thought that I would turn and run, then y'all don't know me. May my fears rest in peace, cause that's a old me. Got this taste on my tongue, I crave the glory. Gasoline in my veins.
Flying the lead aircraft requires experience, smooth flying, and high situational awareness from our boss, Major Brent Handy of Wyville, Ontario. He's a former CF-18 fighter pilot and flew as Snowbird 9 in 2012 and 2013. He brings over 6,000 hours of high-performance flying to the team, and 2025 marks 31 years for the boss as a licensed pilot, where he credits much of his success to the start he received as an Air Cadet glider pilot. Maintenant, regardez vers l'arrière-scène, alors que l'équipe retourne pour une manœuvre finale spectaculaire.
Time stood still, just like a photograph. You made me feel.
Here they are, folks, your 2025 Canadian Forces Snowbirds. Et voici vos Snowbirds des Forces canadiennes 2025.
They say you know it, well you know it, I don't know. Promise that you hold me close, don't let me go. Take my heart, don't break it. Love me to my bones. All this time I wasted. You were right there all along. You and I stargazing, intertwined in songs. We were never.
Now, folks, get your cameras ready for one final stunning maneuver for today.
There should be a great child alone on the sea. You became the light on the dark side of me. Love remained a drug that's the high and not the pill. Did you know that when it snows, my eyes become larger? The light that you shine can't be seen. Baby,
2025 Canadian Forces Snowbirds. You have now witnessed the 2,867th show in the Snowbirds' 55-year history. Vous avez maintenant assisté au 2867e spectacle dans les 55 ans d'histoire des Snowbirds. Et au nom de notre commandant, le lieutenant-colonel Guillaume Paquette, l'adjudant-chef Cheryl Abernathy et de tous les membres du 431e escadron de démonstration aérienne, nous vous remercions beaucoup d'être venus voir le spectacle aujourd'hui. And on behalf of our command team, Lieutenant Colonel Guillaume Paquette, Chief Warrant Officer Cheryl Abernathy, and all members of 431 Air Demonstration Squadron, thank you for joining us here today. It's been our pleasure and honor to perform once again for you. Now back to you, Brittany and Ken.
Thank you very much. Give it up one more time for your Canadian Forces Snowbirds. Truly makes me proud to be Canadian, as the Snowbirds demonstrating the skill, the professionalism, the teamwork, and the dedication of your Canadian Armed Forces. And if I may, I want to take one moment. This is a bit of a bittersweet moment here, because Snowbird 11 Captain Rich McDougall is moving on from the team at the conclusion of this air show season. So that was his final narration here at CIAS. And Rich, on behalf of the entire team here, we wish you all the best as you finish out the season and move on to your next great adventure. Well, folks, that is the end of our air show today, and indeed our entire weekend of the 2025 edition of the Canadian International Air Show. Boy, it's been an action-packed weekend, and we thank you for being such an outstanding audience here today. Now, folks, you came at different times during the morning to get ready for today's air show, and now everyone wants to leave all at the same time. So let's make this departure as safe as we possibly can by taking your time, being patient out there on the road, being kind to yourself and to each other. We'll get you home safe and sound. If you could also help us out in our entire volunteer team by taking a look at the area that you've been occupying for the last few hours, please pick up any garbage and put it into the garbage receptacles. Take along your belongings, including your loved ones. We want you to go home. Sorry, I think someone else wants to take you home there, Brittany. I don't want to get in trouble with your husband. But make sure you take them along with you. We would greatly appreciate it. Now, we've done our best to thank all of our sponsors and our volunteers throughout the day. Brittany, I know we've got an extra list of people here that we would like to thank on this, the final day of the Canadian International Air Show. Take it away.
A final thank you to all of our partners: CNE, Royal Canadian Air Force, United States Air Force, Stoleport, Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport, NAV Canada, Royal Canadian Navy, Air Canada, the Pie Commission, Exhibition Place, Lost Aviator Coffee, Ports Toronto, Sobeys, Toronto Fire Service, Toronto Hydro, and Ports Toronto. To our entire team, our Executive Director, Lori Duthie, the CIS team, and of course, all of the incredible volunteers. Our air bosses, Showline Air Shows with Donna Flynn and Kelsey Furcus. Mosaic Streaming, our performers, and of course, all of you, our air show fans.
That's right. Thank you once again for joining us with this air show. And as Brittany has been telling you all afternoon long, make sure you share your photos. Make sure you share your positive comments on social media. And make sure you set your calendars for next year's air show, always on the final weekend of the summer, the final official long weekend of the summer. That's the Labor Day weekend. Brittany, I got to say thank you to you for being such an awesome co-announcer. It's been a real blast. Let's do it again sometime real soon.
I think, Ken, that would be great. Ladies and gentlemen, Ken Hildebrandt.
and Brittany Pyges, your announcers for this year's CIAS 2025, signing off, wishing you to stay well, stay healthy. We'll see you again real soon.